Louis,
Oh,
I'm just
alright,
saying,
shut
buddy,
up, Connor. What
you're
happened
missing out.
last time? What happened last time? Stuff happened last time. Things happened last time. Fighting happened last time. You led the revolution. Yes?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure it was Revolution, considering we're like German and not French, but okay.
Revolution! Last time you did indeed face off against the Burgenmeister. You had him defeated soundly. You learned some unfortunate news from the Burgenmeister about the fact that Henley's being guided to hunt, not in the hopes of necessarily making him a better hunter, but to make him the best prey, essentially. It seems that Oler, the head of the Wild Hunt, and the Wild Hunt itself has grown relatively bored, and are interested in making a truly worthy prey. Thus, ever-increasing abilities of Henley, always driving him to hunt and improve himself and become constantly stronger, so that one day the Wild Hunt arrives, he'll be ready for them to at least make it interesting in their eyes. Now, that was probably the least interesting thing to happen, realistically. The most interesting thing was Crowder's epic and inspiring speech to the troops that had managed to successfully carry the day. Right, Tommy?
The flash of light was pretty great. How'd you do that, Tom?
What? Is he, like, on the phone or something?
Oh, he's flipping you off.
All I see is a silhouette.
I don't know. We haven't unlocked him yet,
Yeah,
apparently.
he's a secret character.
Tommy, it's Black
A
History
new
Month.
challenger approaches.
Stop.
It's Urana.
It's get bullied by Colin Day. I'm gonna leave now. You son of a
Well,
bitch.
maybe I'll start talking about how you look like Adele in a wig.
And
No,
I
he
will.
he looks like Mexican Michael Cera.
I have no Mexican in me, and that's the scary part.
Nacho Libre? Do you want some?
No.
Now,
Call him Mexican for you.
I ate enough Taco Bell, so...
It's true. He's at least 1% Mexican
It's true.
sometime.
I think that's offensive to the Mexican people.
I
Yeah,
don't
but it's
think
not.
it is.
It's not Mexican History Month. It's Black History Month.
Yeah,
That's true.
it's not their time.
Now,
They get a day. It's in May.
you successfully defeated the Burgenmeister. Were able to calm the people enough to basically stop tearing the city apart. Able to quell the fires that were burning. Had the Burgenmeister thrown into jail instead of just outright killing him. Those guards that insisted on remaining loyal to him likely ended up in jail as well, but that was a vast minority. Majority were just people that were trying to get by day to day, doing what they could to survive, working 9 to 5. You know, it's a way to make a living. They quickly...
Dolly Parton's from the Wilderstadt.
It's true. They quickly joined your side, going about trying to restore order. Casualties were, you know, I wouldn't say insignificant. Damage moderate, I guess you could say. Amongst the casualties of that damage, ended up being the Frosted Mug, the tavern of your brief but still somewhat friendly enough ally, Basilicus, the dwarven bartender slash runesmith, who, you know, whenever his mettle was tested, whenever his loyalties was tested, he stood with Wilderstadt, deciding to basically defend his own doorway to prevent people from coming in and allowing you to go into the jail.
Like a G.
Yeah, a true bro. Afterwards, obviously, you just had sort of, you know, hung out around the town, because the airship had to essentially arrive. It was a couple days away, and during that time in the town, you helped it, rebuild essentially, patched up what you could, helped, Basilicus gather what he could from the charred remnants of the frosted mug, offered him a position on the airship. He is a very skilled craftsman, and rune crafter, and a bartender. Truly his loves in life, smithing and drinking, as you were able to recruit him, but he asks only for a bar, essentially, to be able to build a bar on your airship. Doesn't seem like much of a downside, though, realistically.
Oh, chug, chug.
He does take up the last 2 of your NPC slots, but, I mean, you get a bar. And so, as soon as the, Skyweaver sets down, he's already, having lumber brought on, things brought in, as Nipsey is sort of following around with him, trying to consult with him. He sort of, unfortunately, he kind of ends up taking over the galley, not letting anyone enter. He insists that no one can see the bar until it's finished. So you're sort of stuck finding food around this, the city of Wilderstadt, which isn't, like, impossible. It's not exactly the easiest in the world, especially now that the spiders and things that were doing the hunting have departed back to the Shadowfell, away from this realm, no longer held under the thrall of the Burgenmeister. Henley, it's during this time that you are able to really get to grips with this necklace around your head, this ever-beating ethereal heart that's sort of thud-thud, thud-thud, thud-thud.
Oh, does it always beat?
Skin. It always beats.
Oh, that's fucking creep.
And as you walk, however, Steinhertz is able to walk with you now. No longer bound or torn between planes. He's able to be fully come into this one and walk at your side for any length of time until you dismiss him, basically.
As if I would. Pets are cool. And it's a bore.
You should be able to see Steinhertz's stats. Oh, they fucking put the wrong sheet. Switch sheets. Default sheet.
Will it only show up on D&D Beyond, or will it actually show up on Foundry too?
You are in Foundry.
Oh, I see it. Never mind. I see it.
As you can see, Steinhertz, decent armor class, decent hit points. He's, at the end of the day, still just a pet. But 55 hit points. That's not useful.
Yeah.
You can see he is, a loyal and true companion. Based roughly off the Ranger's primeval pets. That means it gets very good stuff like Primal Bond.
Does it actually like me now? Before it didn't.
It is warming to you. It at the very least respects you. Now you can see it gets stuff like Primal Bond, which is basically whenever it makes a saving throw ability check, it adds your proficiency and stuff like that. A companion to walk by your side, essentially. And you are able to put him to good work during those the days between whenever you're sort of searching and scavenging for food. You'd be surprised to know that he is still at least a moderately able hunter and tracker, able to go with you. Not at the level of like a wolf or a dog or something, but he is able to walk by your side and you become accustomed to his presence. He doesn't.
Intelligence of 8. It's as smart as Ito.
He's not cuddling all up on you. He's not, nuzzling your legs or anything like that. There is a respect there, an understanding, as he walks by your side now. Make a difference. Fuck it. Wilderstadt slowly rebuilds. You're able to go around the city. The Burgenmeister's mansion is raided. You still see the smoke rising up from the basically burning what's left of it after they burned it down. Not more than a day afterwards. The loot all gathered together, set to the side, hopefully to be sold. The profits from that portioned out to the beleaguered and hungry masses of Wilderstadt when they get the chance. Food is distributed amongst the masses. Great sort of barrels of sort of aged wines and bottles of spirits that were held within the Burgenmeister's personal storage are rolled out, and people get the chance to laugh. They get the chance to celebrate the end of this man who so desperately wanted to change their ways. Nice enough. Crowder comes to you afterwards, he looks each one of you in the eye, sort of nodding his head, and well, sure as hell couldn't have done that without your help.
I'm glad we showed up in time.
Must have been a plot contrivance.
Now, I took a little from the Burgermeister's personal stores. I figure they're worthy of a reward. It's not much.
You don't have to do that. It's okay.
Well, I know we don't have to, but I want to. Like I said, the help you did was... You couldn't have done it. It's not much. I mean, you're not gonna be set up for life, or even a year, but, you know, for all the damages you might have incurred and the troubles, I know we probably slowed you down. So, I think 1,000 gold pieces. Commiserate compensation. It's really, I don't want you to feel like you're taking too much. There's quite a bit. And it's all gonna be distributed, of course. Once it gets sold. But I want you to take it.
Well, thank you, Crowder. We'll put it to good use.
Well, I mean, if it, makes you worried that you're taking it out of the community, you're free to spend it around town. The shops are opening back up and things like that. I won't tell you where to spend it. It's yours after all. I'm afraid I got work to do. The leadership of a town doesn't, you know, take care of itself, and there's a lot of work to do. Talked with your parents about, at the very least, starting now, just getting together the council people and figuring out what to do next. Holding elections, I think, was the most popular thing. Let everyone have a say instead of relying on who happens to hunt the best and things like that, so I guess it's a new day in Wilderstadt. Good day.
Yep.
And
Okay.
turns, like I said, Crowder's just gonna be overseeing the town, essentially, as they reform a rough government, you know, start rebuilding houses, figure out what they're gonna do about food and whatnot, and figure out what they're gonna do with the Burgenmeister who still sits rotting in the cells below. You can breathe easy. No longer is the air sort of choked by the smoke of the machines that the Burgenmeister had running. It's cold, crisp, and fresh. As you turn and begin walking your way through the town of Wilderstadt, a gentle snow falling about you. You've got a couple days in Wilderstadt if you want to do anything. The airship, like I said, after the ride, there's going to be a couple days of basically upgrading, essentially, as the bar has to be built. Fortunately, you're sort of bogged down for another, couple days. If there's anything you would like to do in the town, you can. However, otherwise, we are moving onwards.
I mean, I'd probably spend some time with my family, but we don't have to RP that.
Understand.
No, do it.
Oh, no.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Oh, on a side note, I'll bug old Henley for a quick minute.
I'm sorry you almost died for rescuing my family.
I don't think he means that.
I do.
I don't. People did die, so
Yeah, but you almost died. I know you.
yeah. Well, you kind of know the people too.
Also,
Anyway.
this isn't your home.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just gonna keep pushing it off, so you might as well not bother with it right now. Anyway, so he has like a beating heart now. Like
Yeah,
you
it's
just
around my
have a
chest.
beating heart on your fucking chest. That's
Yeah.
creepy shit.
Is it like a real heart, or does
Yes.
it look?
It looks like a real heart, but it's sort of
Badass.
ethereal. You can kind of
Wait.
see through it.
Do we know what it does?
Yeah, it's let's the boar be with me.
Okay.
And in a physical form, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I assume it's similar. It's physical but ethereal.
No, I was just gonna say, between Ito and I, we could probably figure out if there's anything more to it.
If you would
Also-
if you would like to, I wouldn't be opposed. But as far as I know, that's what it does.
Is it
Yeah.
affixed?
What do you mean?
Like, is it like attached to you, or is it like a?
It's attuned to me.
No, like I mean
it's a necklace.
physically. Okay.
No, it's on necklace. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the way of Ito is identify. Me is more. I can recall lore about it if it's
Oh, that's
Says-
right. You have the best spell.
semi important. I don't know if that'll give you any more info on it or have anything to do with Uller in the long run, but
I mean, yeah, I'm open to you doing that. I probably trust you more than Ito, honestly.
and then I put my hands on his shoulders and I go, I'm gonna need 250 gold pieces worth of incense and 4 ivory strips worth 50 gold pieces each.
I will look at Henley and I'll say I don't need any of that.
Yeah, it's pricey. I have the ivory strips. It's the incense that's the problem.
Can we not get incense in the town and do it? I'm asking that out of character.
Isn't it like an industrial quantity of incense?
what now?
You can get it in town. Like I said, you've got Wilderstadt is not a tiny little village. It's not a bustling metropolis, but there's now
Yeah.
shops and things like that. So you can get, some spell casting supplies, some basic magic items. Karakwa, unfortunately, has disappeared. He's headed to Twice His Spice to speak with the old lady who had grown so attached to him as a cat. You can actually see from the distance, he sits in the sort of central area. You can see many sort of large drying herbs hanging in the windows. There's a large sort of table that has a lace doily on it, and Karakwa sort of sits there, a cup of tea in front of him as he sits there talking animatedly with the elderly lady, a look of awe on her face. Better than Cody
Well,
deserves.
that's kind of. But yeah, like, is it specifically like we need 250 gold worth of incense, or can we just go get some incense?
I mean, specifically, it's worth 250 gold.
Yeah,
so
that's
you could get one really nice piece, or 250 not very nice pieces.
Oh, I'm asking Colin.
Oh, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It just has to be worth that much, essentially.
Yeah, well, part of the reason I bring that up is because I'm poor.
Didn't you already? You said you've already cast Legend Lore before, right?
Yeah.
You've got the ivory strips. The ivory
Yeah,
strips.
yeah,
aren't
I have-
consumed. You just
yeah,
need
that's what I
the
said.
incense.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to drop the gold for a chance at learning something, that's fine. Otherwise, don't be too
I don't
concerned
even know
about
how that spell works out of character. Can you explain it to me?
it. Okay, ready. Name or describe a place, person, or object. It brings to my mind a brief summary of significant lore about the thing we named. Current tales, forgotten stories, or even secrets that have never been widely known.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically recalls information about it. Like I used it on. I think I used it on the pool in.
Yes.
Yeah, when we were in the Redeemer's Vault. So.
That's a cool spell. Yeah, I have the gold. Maybe we can get a discount. That's a lot of incense.
I mean, after what you did for the town, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they'll have some. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with Aruna to an incense shop then, and I guess I'll bring Ito along too if he wants to come.
Sure.
Alright.
While they're shopping, can I identify the thing?
Yeah, you can cast Identify.
Like it's like, is it 10 minutes or an hour? I haven't done this in a while.
The actual, like, if you're casting it as like a ritual, I think it's like 10 minutes to do it.
I think
Okay.
it's an hour.
Yeah, I thought it was an hour for some
I
reason.
can't remember which one it is. I mean, you've got time to do
Yeah,
it.
I'll take it and just kind of play with it.
I just don't have Identify prepared normally because Ida's got the
Oh.
ring or
You're
something.
able to spend some time with the heart looking at it. The specifics of it are, you know, you're able to identify the particular magical properties of it, obviously. You've sensed that it basically allows the spirit that was already sort of around Henley, the spirit of basically Steinhurt's to not just be passing between planes. Basically can be permanently pulled to this one and anchored in place, basically anchored by the heart. So Steinhurt's is able to be an animal companion, essentially. Steinhurt's is, you can see he is very faintly ethereal still, but much more solid than any time he was previously summoned before. As I said, Henley's got his stats. He's based roughly off of a boar. Gets some nice primal bond. He gets relentless, which whenever he drops to 0 hit points, he can drop to 1 instead. That sort of stuff.
Yeah.
That's some good shit.
But that's you also sense divination magic on it.
Oh,
Scrying
yeah.
spells.
Interesting. I will assume Rick or Henley knows the majority of what you just said, but I will let him know about that particular detail.
Well,
Nice.
that's
Somebody's
I-
watching you there, homie.
I figured that much.
Yeah, but it's good to know.
Yeah, it is. It's just I half expected that too, which is probably also why I should take it to get out of this fucking town.
But that's unfortunately all Identify tells you. After you've had time to spend with the item, three of you set out. The town's largely opening back up. You can see some people, many of people you recognize from your previous days' endeavors, working the streets, sort of clearing debris, constantly clearing debris and things like that. The shops are starting to open back up. Some of them suffered some minor damage, but for the most part, many of them came out completely unscathed, including a very nice, basically potion shop that just has a huge cauldron above it. You can see it hangs well above the door, almost precariously, what looks like a cast iron pot on a simple wooden overhang. It sways a little bit in the wind and creaks almost ominously, as you can see there is a man inside, a human. He is rapidly moving between glassware pieces. Every now and then he knocks one off as he turns. There's a huge burst of smoke as he just pays it no mind and continues like going through reagents and tossing them into a pot and moving between glassware.
What a guy. Incense seller, I tire of these games. That's how we should talk to him.
Incense? What are you looking for, incense? Of course
Oh,
I've
God.
got incense. We've got plenty of things.
Is he still darting around while we're talking to him?
Yes. But you can see he raises one of his, basically, fists to wave at you. You can see he's got, like, mechanical grasping hands.
This guy's cool.
Through Karakwa, let's use this dude.
Incense. Such a paltry, simple thing.
Henley, do you know this guy?
Do I call him?
No, he's definitely a transplant from after you left.
No, he's definitely not from here. Originally, he's probably here now.
Okay. When you say he has grabby hands, Colin, is he missing his hands and he has
He's
grabby
missing
replacements?
his hands and he's got replacements on.
That's
both
probably
of
why
them.
That's probably why he's knocking all the stuff over.
Yeah, I start helping him pick some stuff up.
I'm not disabled, boy.
Didn't say you were.
No, but it's polite.
Pick yourself up. I don't need your help. He actually turns and he knocks something off on purpose. I can get it.
Okay.
What are you here for?
Aruna, what are we here for?
250 gold pieces worth of incense at your leisure.
Oh shit. That's actually what I just knocked over. Could you pick that up for me?
Awkward.
Awkward.
Yeah, sure, and I grab it.
Well, you don't have to rub it in.
Damn.
I'm sorry?
Holy shit!
Incense. Well, we've got it. 250 gold. That's a whopping sum. Are you performing some sort of religious ritual, raising someone from the dead?
As cool as that would be, nothing near as interesting.
I'll look at him and I'll say squarely, that's not possible.
Well, not probable, not possible. You just don't dream large enough, foreigner.
What do you mean? I came back from the dead.
I was making a joke.
Oh.
Anything is possible.
Oh yeah, speaking of, when Ite does say that, are we looking good on the revivify materials?
Oh, I didn't use it last, so I should have one
Okay, yeah.
available, yeah. I was ready to, because it's what, it's a diamond?
Yeah.
It's diamond that is worth a certain amount of money that gets consumed, so...
Let me tell you.
I could probably get one or two if he has them.
I mean, he's got everything, spell casting materials wise.
Well, I'll let you guys handle your stuff, and I'll ask when I'm later.
Easily procured. Easily. So boring, though. can I not interest you in something a little bit more exciting? Something explosive?
God. How explosive?
Quantify it.
Let's just find out. As he sort of smiles and he goes and he picks up almost looks like a ceramic jug, essentially, with a large cork stopper in it. You can see it's got all sorts of basically writing across it in a language you don't immediately recognize. He pops open the cork and he takes it and carefully doles out a little bit of dark powder on a scale, and he basically takes his hands together and starts until a spark flies off his hands and the powder explodes, leaving a large plume of smoke in the air.
Oh, shit. We need to go get Reed so he can make flash bombs like a ninja.
Flash powder from the Jinma dynasty.
Ah, shit. That seems really useful.
Won't find that in the interior, no siree. I had to go all the way across the mountains to get this bad boy. Of course, I thought it would have more uses, but it turns out I was wrong.
I mean, what other uses than things going boom are you looking for?
Well, I was hoping to test its propensity in mining applications, but we're not near any mines.
That is unfortunate.
I'm sure there aren't many mines in the woods.
I thought about using it for logging as well, but there were some objections raised to that. I call it short-sighted as far as I'm concerned.
That sounds dangerous.
Well, dangerous things often have the best outcomes.
They also often have the worst outcomes.
Well, I guess we've got a 50-50 shot. Best outcome or worst. I like those odds.
I like this guy's statistics.
I don't!
Ah,
Very hard to think what I could use gunpowder for.
flash powder, that is a rarity indeed. One I'd be happy to sell you, of course. Otherwise, we do have various other sundry potions you can buy. Trifles and baubles and the like.
I need a pair of diamonds.
Why, for earrings?
Yes, actually.
Oh. Well, they would look quite lovely, and we do have fine diamonds here. About what size are you looking for? How many carats? Clarity? Cut? Color?
Ito consults his spellbook.
It's just 300 gold worth of diamonds.
Yeah, 2 please.
Of course.
I will deduct that.
He goes and disappears to the back and says, "We do have some stunning opals if you want something a little bit cheaper."
It's only consumed if it has a cost, right?
Yes. Or
Okay,
if,
so
if
no.
it says it consumes it. If it has a cost and it doesn't say it's consumed,
It just
then
has to meet the cost.
It
Okay.
just meets the cost, and you have it permanently. So the diamonds themselves are consumed. I say, in my youth, I was something of a geographer. That's where I got my interest in mining initially, but, well, hard to wield a pickaxe when you don't have any hands.
I also need some honeycomb, snake's tongue, and some jade dust.
Oh, of course. Been a long time since I've seen someone willing to procure some of the more interesting supplies. But yes, of course.
Is this how you guys do magic?
Yeah, it's weird.
That's
Sounds
overly
like
that's overly complicated. I'm glad I can't do magic.
Sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't.
He,
I just stab things. It's much
is
easier that way to
moving
live
around,
life.
basically moving around the shop, grabbing bits and pieces and things. He grabs some gems out the back, pair of sort of diamonds that he sets to the side.
Tommy and I start having Vietnam flashbacks to the Feywild when we couldn't cast any magic.
Yeah, I mean,
Some incense, some of the various other sundry supplies. As he says, well, of course, the bulk of it's going to be the diamonds and the incense. The other stuff is rather paltry. You are spending a great deal of gold, so I'm happy to throw those in for free.
Appreciate it.
oh my god, does that mean Henley doesn't know that I carry around a ball of bat shit in my pocket to blow things?
No.
It's cool.
Interestingly, most of my spells that have, like, reagents, there's a lot of overlap.
That will be a total of 550 gold pieces.
I can put up the 3... Is it 300? No.
Yes. 300
Yeah, I
for
can put
the diamonds.
I can put up the 300.
I'll even throw in the bags. A nice carry case.
Are we divvying off that 1,000 gold that we got?
Yeah, I just think about how many people are there technically.
Well, I mean, Cody ain't here, so...
Yeah, that's not fair though. He helped.
There's 8 of us.
And this is if you want, you can still try to talk him down. This is just the base price.
That's 125 gold for each of us. How much
Does he
how much
have-
does Nipsey get?
Nipsey doesn't take basically commissions.
Okay,
like that.
I just wasn't sure.
Does he have any, signage? Any, like, heraldry for his shop?
Just the hanging cauldron out front. He doesn't even have an actual shop name.
Okay.
It looks like, you can see it looks like there was a sign, but it is covered in scorch marks.
Did something happen to your sign?
Yeah, just a little bit of an accident. I suppose that was one of the bad outcomes and not one of the good ones, but law of averages, the next one's gotta be good, right?
If you say so. I don't always find that to be the case.
But yes. There was one time where I had a very lovely sign that was called the Iron Bottom Kettle.
Is the kettle significant?
Well, the kettle's basically how I got my first start in alchemy brewing. I remember being no more than a young lad on my grandma's lap. That was before he held up the hands. And she would fix all sorts of wondrous concoctions. A healer she was. Not one of these hand-waving, religious muttering mumbo-jumbo healers. A true salt-of-the-earth healer. A hedge wizard extraordinaire. She could heal any wound if she set her mind to it. Well, almost any wound, as he holds up his hands. I named it after her kettle. Always had a big iron bottle. Iron bottom.
It's a good name. Is she still alive?
He sort of shakes his head. I'm afraid not. And he motions to a large urn on the mantle.
My condolences, but I'm sure she'd be proud of your establishment.
Well, I hope so. It was her idea whenever I was young. She didn't want me going into the mines or focusing on my geography interests. She always said I had a spark of magic in me, and I suppose I did in a way. Now, is there anything else I can interest you in? Are you sure I can't sell you on this black powder?
I don't have any use for it. The others might.
Understandable.
Trying really hard to find a use for it.
Understandable,
use it for
understandable.
it.
I could load it into my gauntlet and punch people up.
That sounds
That'd
kind
be
of cool.
fucking great.
Blow my
Yeah.
own hand off.
The
The fucking dead club.
weapons that are favored by
The fucking jerry-rigged gun of glove of blasting.
Many of the weapons favored by the Jinma dynasty use such a concoction, but it's not very high in favor here.
Does it work if it's wet?
It does not, I'm afraid. Must be kept dry.
Does that go for the apparatus as well?
Oh yes.
Good to know. Yeah, I just need my reagents. This one likes to die frequently, so.
Yes. How much is the black powder?
Well, I suppose if you're looking for a small bag full, like a personal purse or wallet full, I could do maybe 50 gold pieces for it. If you're looking for the whole ceramic jar, that will run you closer to 200.
Now, I just want to confirm for logistics purposes. Is this like a refined fireworks powder? Like if we breathe a spark near this, it's gonna go off?
Potentially yes.
Okay,
Is dangerous.
good to know.
Yeah, but think of the possibilities.
Yeah, it's true.
This
Just
is all
give-
part of Colin's plan. Anytime I get money, I go back to being
It's true. I'm pretty
Things
poor
like-
right now.
fucking gunpowder.
So I have two they're just diamonds, right?
They're just diamonds.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he was being serious about the earrings.
Shaky hands, I will resist the gunpowder now. I'll think about it. I'll think
Of
about it
course.
really hard.
It's not going anywhere, I'm afraid. But he puts the diamonds in a nice little box. He has the incense in a. He says. He binds it together with like a ribbon. All of the like incense sticks and gives them to you. The other spell supplies he has in a small leather pouch that he hands over. There you go. 550 gold pieces. As he holds out his hand.
Yep. I will pony up 300 of that.
I mean, let's see. Do we just want to go halvesies on the rest of the stuff?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
I'll do that.
he said mine was tied in with the diamonds, right?
Yes.
We're basically doing two separate tickets, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll split the rest of the 250, I guess.
That's fine. I'll pony up 125. That'll
Yep.
be our goal from here anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. That'll work.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm happy to have had such excellent customers with such copious amounts of coin. He smiles and says, "Can I interest you in a cup of tea?"
Sure.
He sort of smiles and says, Wonderful. I'll use grandmother's kettle."
I have PTSD from hags, so I don't want tea.
Yeah. Ito immediately makes an insight check. 23.
He's telling the truth. He's just,
Okay.
you've spent a nice amount of coin. He seems like a lonely older gentleman. He's certainly not young.
The Feywild Vietnam flashbacks are still
He
strong.
smiles and he seems happy to pull down. He sort of goes to and pulls a kettle down from the large urn that holds Grandma's ashes. He sort of goes and rinses it out and makes a nice cup of tea. You can see this is what appears to be a cast iron kettle. And he actually like has what appears to be like a burner under his glassware. He just like takes the glassware and looks at it and tosses it to the sides. It slams against the wall and says, "Don't worry, it's just water." And he puts the kettle over where the glassware was and begins heating it up as he goes moving about, grabbing various tea leaves and things like that. And after 10-15 minutes, you've got a lovely cup of tea in front of you. It smells faintly of chamomile and a little bit of flash powder.
That's fine.
But he smiles and you drink up.
That sounds like tea my grandmother would make.
I mean, there's like super bitter green tea that's literally called gunpowder. So
Yeah, my grandmother
Imagine.
drinks it.
yeah, I like it a lot too.
It's real good.
All right. He hands the teas in front of you and says, "Drink up." Excitedly downs a cup of tea, and each of you down it as well. Meanwhile, did anybody else want to do anything around the town?
I didn't really have any plans, so.
Yeah, I don't have any plans either. I guess I'll just be helping the guy haul lumber to build a bar.
Right. Moving onwards. You depart from there, your newly gained goods in hand. You can see the sun has risen high into the sky. Beautiful light reflecting off the snow. It's almost blinding, reflecting off the nearby snow. As you keep your head down, walking through the snow, you yourselves find that actually, Henley, you walk by what was at one point your home. Many years ago, your ancestral home. It's tucked away in the city at the far end. You actually feel almost drawn there. It's not terribly far out the way. And you can see the damage suffered to your home during the siege itself was minimal. Looks like a small portion of the roof might have got burnt. You can actually see your cousin, Dorian, sort of on top, peeling the shingles off. You can see your father down below as he's throwing the shingles off just onto the ground as your father sort of gathers them up, tossing them into what appears to be like a large barrel that's being used as like a detritus bin. Dorian was also one of the hunters that fought in the fight, but he's like he's a minor part and not that closely related to your family, so.
Okay.
Your mother and
tell-
sister are nowhere to
Okay.
be seen, but likely inside. You can see smoke sort of rising up from the nearby chimney.
I guess I'll ask them if they need any help.
Your father says, well, if you're not too busy, I know, you've got business to attend to. Your mother and I have been seeing working on the city itself, but I heard you came in on a sort of big time airship. You hear a voice that says, "Just let him help! I'm getting tired up here!"
I think Dorian wants me to help.
I won't stop you. There's almost still a little bit of, I don't want to say coldness, separation between you. You were exiled after all. A little bit of a wariness between you and your father, as he steps to the side, allowing you to climb up to the ladder. Dorian is very grateful to see you as he smiles. It looks like his injuries were quite minimal. It looks like he suffered a pretty bad black eye that's now turned mostly like shades of green and purple. It's missing a single tooth. Looks like he got punched pretty hard in the face, but he's fine.
I ask him who hit him.
Some asshole guard. I couldn't tell you a name, honestly.
Did you hit him back?
Oh, I hit him back twice.
Oh, gee. Looks like he got knocked the fuck out.
He sort of rubs his face. It's not that bad. Come on. But he like nervously looks at he's sort of smiling, but then his face falls like it's not that bad, right? As he like starts
No.
almost trying to look around for a mirror or something he can look at himself in.
No, it's not that bad.
He leans in. I mean, I want to look good right now. I'm kind of like a big hero, and you know how the girls like big heroes.
Here, I'll kind of walk up to him and I'll shake his
I mean,
hand.
he's on a roof.
He's on a roof, Connor.
I will walk up to the roof and no, it is a touch spell. Never mind. I was gonna do lesser restoration on him, but he's too far away. I'll tell him if he comes down, I might be able to fix the shiner. I don't know about the tooth though.
He sort of... That's not necessary. I mean, girls like bruises, right?
Some.
But he says, it should be fine. Maybe I'll put a little snow on it or something. Yeah, that's not necessary. But thank you, though. The two of you sort of work in silence for a while. The damage is a little bit more extensive than you thought just from the first glance. The roof itself has not collapsed in, but it's got pieces of it that have been charred away. At the very least, there's a portion of the roof, maybe 10 foot by 3 or 4 feet, that's going to have to be likely replaced. As you clear the last of the burnt shingles away, revealing the what appears to be actual framing underneath, you can smell the smell of cooking. Very simple cooking, not anything extravagant. Your family was not prone to just throwing lots and lots of spices on things. Your father always says, if you truly respect the meat and respect the kill, you'll eat it as basically cooked and not try to fancy it up with all sorts of foreign spices.
Oh my god, that could be so gamey though.
It is, but that's just the way he views things. Nothing more than a little bit of salt, maybe a little bit of pepper, and down the hatch. You hear the soft sounds of your mother talking to your sister. Your Brutina's distinctive voice rising up, fluttering to the rafters as the two of them talk of simple things. You know, the next day, what are they going to do next, essentially? What are the plans for the town? Things that long time ago, or not very long ago, might have seemed heavy, dire even. To after what you've experienced, they seem almost inconsequential compared to what you've seen. You don't have to work long before the job is finished. There's gonna have to be some building done, but at the very least, the roof is cleaned. Your father has gathered some straw at the base that Dorian and you heft up, covering the now cleared spot on the roof as snow continues to fall slightly, making sure that it's bound in place. And by the time you're done, the sky has already begun to turn dark. The snow turns a beautiful sort of flaming orange as the last kisses of light descend upon the town of Wilderstadt. You hear a voice that calls down saying, "Dinner's done!"
I go eat dinner with them. I like hastily run inside because I'm probably fucking starving.
Aruna and I politely fuck off.
I would have told you guys to go on a while ago.
Yeah, no.
Just
We would've
Colin was talking, so I didn't want to be like...
No. We would have hung out and then left.
Yo.
I tell them I'll meet them later for the little ritual thing.
We all gotta leave on the same ship, so.
Yeah.
The old table. Long and beaten. But none the worse for wear after the fight in the city. Sits back where it always did, for the most part. The keen eye might notice it's slightly ajar where it was likely knocked over, but you walk into the central area of your home. It's basically, I mean, you were never wealthy people. You had basically a central area, had a table in it for you. Kitchen / living room / dining room. You can still see what appears to be herbs, dried game. Like you see a couple of like ducks that are hanging from the rafters. It looks like they've been completely plucked and smoked. Their skin sort of dark brown, preserved basically. You can see a large, well-used kettle or cauldron, cast iron pot basically over a fire where a hearty stew has been prepared. It bubbles and boils with sort of welcomingly, as you can see, wonderful sort of root vegetables, potatoes and turnips bubbling. You can see there's even, it looks like a couple of carrots in there as well as just by it, on a spit, what appears to be a large, probably hare, from what you can tell. Very large hare. As soon
I
as...
asked if the game's coming back because the spiders are gone.
As soon as you walk in, there's like a little bit of a pause, a brief tension in the air, as you have returned back to your family home after this is the first time stepping into it since your exile, and it just sort of washes over you, and there's a little bit of a tension in the air, just a silence that hangs for just a second, before Brutina just sort of takes a step forward and wraps her arms around you. Welcome home, brother. Thank you.
I hug her back and I'm like, it's glad to see you too, Bertina.
And as she sort of moves away, you can see she like wipes tears away from her eyes just a little bit, and smiles, and you don't have to wait long before your mother also envelops you in a hug, and you can almost hear her whisper a little bit sadly, "Never should have left."
I don't really think it was my choice.
Let me get a look at you, boy. As she's now able to look at you in like the actual light, no longer bound in chains or anything like that. She sort of smiles. You're gonna be you're taller than your father, aren't you?
Yeah.
Have a seat. As she sort of smiles and ushers you over to the table. As you can see, the tension is pretty quickly broken as Dorian pops his head in. "I'm starving! What's to eat?"
Have I seen Dorian's parents since I got back?
You have not.
Oh.
You can see they all sort of gather around as your mother sits at one head of the table, your father the other. Large helpings of this hearty stew are served in front of you, as your father bows his head and says, "Many thanks to Ola for this blessing that is on our table."
I'm not sure we should do that, Dad.
What do you mean? Ola gives
I
us
don't-
game.
And he's also hunting.
Fucking Tommy.
I don't... That seems a bit outlandish. What do you mean?
I mean that he's raising me to be a stronger hunter so that he can hunt me. It might be time for us to move past that.
Ha! Olar's been our way of life for generations.
Yeah.
And now you're gonna
well,
say that he's hunting you?
Yeah. I show him the heart. I'm like, does this look like I'm kidding?
He looks at it.
No.
I mean, that could be anything. You've been to all sorts of strange lands. That could be any magic.
It was on the Bergenmeister.
I never saw it on him.
Yeah, because you were in jail.
It says, "I don't want to hear it. I'll not have any blasphemy in this house."
Dad, you know there are other gods, right?
There are other gods, but they're not our gods.
Great, so go
Olar
blasphemy
is our
against them.
god.
Yeah, but we could worship another god, and maybe he will.
I don't
give
even
us...
know the words that are coming out of your mouth right now. Worship another god. You're asking me to turn my back on generations of tradition?
Sometimes you need to move forward.
Huh. Yeah. We've seen what people thinking moving forward does. It sort of motions around to the town. That was the Burgenmeister's way of moving forward. I'd rather be stuck back in the past, thank you very much.
I just kind of sigh and like I start eating my food.
I mean, what can you do?
No, I tried.
Beyond that, however, your father mostly remains quiet, but your mother talks a little bit more extensively and animatedly with you and your sister and Dorian. She excitedly talks about the plans that she has for the town. She and your father have, essentially. Following a lot of the ideas that you believe in. This, no longer having the leadership of this town based on a hunt. Having, like, everybody represented, everybody cared about, everyone looked after. And the night passes away. After dinner, a couple of drinks are handed out. Even a fine set of spirits procured from the Burgenmeister's mansion itself happens to appear, as there are various drinks poured, as Dorian sort of smiles sheepishly.
I drink with them, and then after that I tell them I don't want to take up any more space, and Dorian can have a place to stay, and I'll go back to the airship for the night.
Your mother smiles, and Brutina says, "It's good to have you home, brother."
It was good to see you guys.
The fire burns low as you step out into a night that has a beautiful sort of nearly full moon above you, turning the nearby landscape to pristine sort of silvery white as you lower your head and walk through the snow back to the airship. The next day passes.
Wait, don't I gotta do the thing with the...
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they were asleep, but you can. But
Oh, okay.
there's not a time limit because you're still just waiting on the bar to be built.
Oh, okay.
It's probably taking longer because Bruce is trying to give the guy his input on how he wants it built.
He
Or at least how he wants the kitchen built.
you're not.
nice
He doesn't
kitchen.
even let you into the galley. He's like, no. I'll
Yep,
build
fuck up my
the
kitchen.
bar. You'll have a
Yep,
place
fuck
to
up my
cook.
kitchen.
You don't have to worry about that. I'll give you somewhere to cook. But it's a bar first and foremost.
The bar does come first in bar and grill.
Awesome.
I'll make sure you've got somewhere to cook. You don't have to be worried about that.
Thank you, Connor. I've now found the motivation to go start my own business, and I'm going to call it a grill and bar.
But how do you know
That is
anything
wrong,
about
Tong.
He says, do you know how to cook sliders and chicken tenders and french fries? That's all we're gonna serve.
Pretzels.
Is there
Pretzels.
midweek margarita madness?
I just need an assistant named Mike Rowite.
Do you know anything about nachos? Or is that a little bit too exotic for you?
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell
the-
you,
the-
Wilder's not, we only eat bar food.
What about
Are you talking about
what
little
a paradise!
circles?
What a
Little
paradise!
circles, jeez.
what about
Who
fajita
hunted the
skillets?
nacho beast? Who hunted the nacho beast to get the nachos?
You have to get a new animal to go on the bottom. It's just a cow that spits out nacho cheese from its udders.
That's fantastic.
Hell
The
yes.
dream.
How much is this cow? Can I have
You're
one?
gonna have to breed it.
Oh no. artificially or otherwise.
Perfect cheese, Cal.
Colin reaches over, retrieves a completed notebook, flips to page 30.
Like, you know what you've got to do. This is now a
Oh,
cow
yeah.
breeding simulator.
Oh man.
Oh no.
All right, so I do feel I need to force this upon Lou, so I'm gonna put it out there. So Lou, I went and gathered the name people that passed, that died, that I sent to their deaths pretty much in the name of Lay Revolution. You did say you were gonna help Crowder with the burial stuff. So
Yes.
May, you want to go do that, and like, May, you can help with the people that aren't like from here, that aren't like his tradition or something. And maybe take Ito. I don't know. He's kind of a paladin, sort of, but that's up to you.
I gave a
Kind
runer
of
the
a-
actual metric fuck ton of wine I got to.
Hell yeah.
Paladin,
That's the
sort
thing,
of,
I
is
was-
my
I
spirit
wasn't
animal.
completely sure about the time frame of this. I kind of thought that was all, completed over
No,
the
no.
break.
Don't skate it. We're doing it live.
We can role play it out.
You're about to be
Yeah.
like Bill O'Reilly.
We're doing it like Bill O'Reilly, Lou.
All right, then I'll help out with that. I have no problems helping out Crowder.
Like
I
Uncle
would
Bill
need to
taught us.
learn the local traditions of burials. Do they bury? Is it pyres?
It is being left out in the woods to the elements for the natural people.
Boy.
A return to the earth to be eaten and become, just as they hunted game in their life, to
They-
Can we do
become
something similar with that with the
food for their game.
rage mages?
They have a clearing for it, or
No, it's just a significant place outside the city. Usually not that many people die that they need a particular, place for it. It's just outside the city somewhere. It is a very sort of standard burial for naturey, sort of hunter-gatherer types. Those that are consider themselves one with nature or part of nature and draw much of their existence from nature. When they do pass on, they want to return themselves to nature as best as they can. That means contributing their energy, their essence, their meats back to the landscape. But that's okay. Ito, you don't have to do it.
no, I'll do it.
Because there is something else you can
Never mind.
You can see, ever since you've gotten here, Adelaide mostly just stands on deck, sort of leaning over the railing. You can see she almost shakes her head.
What's going on?
So, what? They just wanted to die for something as pointless as old traditions? Seems a bit silly. The way forward is generally the way to go, would you say?
I mean,
What if the way forward is not your way?
blind progress is not good progress, no matter what direction it takes you.
Well, perhaps it's better than no progress at all.
Well, it can be, but so can backing up and assessing how far you've gone and where you should maybe be going instead.
He just kind of shakes her head and says, just, it seems a bit silly, that's all.
Life is often at least a bit silly.
It's a little bit of, well, I don't mean to be rude, but it's
I think you do.
looks before this
Damn.
technological boom. It was little more than a backwaters, run-of-the-mill hunting village that was going nowhere fast.
And if you dig farther back enough into the history of your empire, I think you'd find about the same kind of origin.
And yet, here we are. Thank you, progress.
Thank you, time.
But she says, I suppose that if the people want to be stuck in the past, that is their right. Seems
I don't s-
seems hardly worth dying for, however.
What is worth dying for?
And that sort of causes her to pause, and she says, I don't know.
I think these people love their land. And
I've had a couple of drinks to die for.
a good drink is a good place to start.
Well, I guess they have. I suppose they
Damn
have
it,
their
Cody.
beliefs.
Tommy.
She
That was
do-
good.
She doesn't seem
Have you ever had a
entirely.
Crunchwrap Supreme?
She doesn't seem entirely convinced. But she says, "Don't worry, I'm not going to berate them to their face over the matter."
Thank you.
I don't think it would matter too much if you did.
What about you? Do you think there's anything worth dying for?
I think there's plenty worth dying for, but I think it does a lot better to live for it instead.
She stabbed you in the face. What about now?
Fucking got him. Didn't see that shit
What
coming.
the hell was that noise?
That was me dying.
That was all of the pent up steam escaping Connor's body. Like a fucking cartoon character.
that was so good. I'm so bad.
Inflation of Ito's ego.
Holy
Breast
shit.
cancer.
That was so good.
She just kind of looks out at it silently for a while. At this point, it's pretty late.
Oh wait, did we just skip over like lose burial rights and stuff?
You're not here. You're not doing that, Connor. We can do that
Oh,
separately.
Okay. I was. You said that like we were ending for the night, and I was concerned.
She just sort of looks out over it. Well, perhaps on the morrow I'll have a drink and walk around and see what these people thought was worth dying for.
Can I ask you a question?
Only if you're not expecting a great answer.
Are you homesick?
I don't get homesick. The entirety of
These
the
people
Empire is my home.
Well, these people do, so they probably know what's worth dying for. You just haven't figured it out yet.
What's your passive insight?
Not high. I don't remember how to see that.
It's
10
10
Is it-
plus
it's
your
10
insight
plus.
mod.
14.
When she says she doesn't feel homesick, there's just the faintest tinge of she's clearly a little homesick.
What I would say is these people may not have much that's worth dying for, but they're the ones dying for it.
Waste of useful soldiers.
Could be. Or, if you support it, could be a valuable ally. I've seen Henley fight, and if the region produces people half that capable,
All I could think of was her rolling her eyes. Have you seen how how limp his wrists are when he swings those swords?
That'd be really impressive as I stab with them.
I suppose the whole point of me coming out here was to see the common man, so I will endeavor to do that tomorrow.
I think the point of you coming out here was to learn in
Well,
one way or another,
I'll endeavor to do
particularly
that tomorrow.
of that.
I will learn what these people think was so important that they would throw their lives away.
I think that's the problem. You see it as throwing their lives away, and they see it as taking a chance for something better than what they had. Like I said, progress blind does not always produce the result that is desired. When you open your eyes and you see how far you've come, sometimes you find yourself looking back and figuring out where you went wrong.
She's quiet for a while, but merely says, "We'll see."
I think the concept of people, in terms of their lives and their homes and what they do, it's never going to be perfect, but they should strive to be so, even if it can't be achieved.
Well, they need a much improved color palette if they want their lives to be perfect. It's so drab here.
Would you recommend some? Maybe a pale chartreuse?
I've always been a fan of saffrons, oranges,
Saffrons?
reds, and purples.
Maybe we get some burgundy throughout the...
That is... Well, I suppose that's a lot to ask. But no,
I think there are more important things to deal with at first.
like I
But
said,
I would advise that if perhaps you come off on the right foot tomorrow, you might find yourself with more of an ally than you thought you had. Your empire is divided, even if it doesn't seem it, and even if it isn't officially.
she says, I wouldn't call potentially a couple thousand people a particularly large or impressive force, but
It doesn't have to be,
I
but
suppose
it's bigger
we
than you
will
had
see.
yesterday.
We will see, I suppose.
And if you pick up these paltry sums of people here, paltry sums of people tomorrow, you might wake up and have a bigger force than the one that is on your doorstep.
She
But like I said,
she
it's not
smiles
the...
almost playfully and says, "Are we sure we want to call them paltry then?"
Well, everybody has to start somewhere, even you.
I think I'm going to start with a drink. How are you feeling? I'm afraid that the galley has been blocked off, but I do have a little bit of a couple of bottles of wine in my own personal chest.
I can drink. Have we rested yet, or are we going to?
You've rested.
Okay.
Go get M. I already know he's listening in right now, but he's going to want to pretend like he wasn't.
Best boy, M. Best boy.
And we'll all have a drink. A toast, say.
I will collect M. And I will, I guess, go back to her quarters.
Yep. Like I said,
Ooh.
Adelaide's quarters are always a wreck. She always has stuff like clothes thrown about. A lot of times she'll have like plates with half-eaten food just kind of sitting around. But she's dug through her chest. You can see her short bow and arrows, as well as her training weapons, sit sort of cast to the side. As she digs out a fine bottle of wine, and you briefly glimpse what looks like at least a couple of other bottles of wine down here, as well as a sort of long-handled, smooth wooden pipe at the bottom of her barrel, of her chest, as she pulls out the wine, lifting it up with a smile.
I will start subconsciously picking things up before M gets here.
You don't have to wait for very long before you hear a... Hey, someone said that there was going to be drinking. As M pops his head in.
I will say this one's idea.
I thought it only fitting. She says, a toast to new beginnings, I suppose. Revolutions, coups, whatever you would call it. As far as I'm concerned, a reason to drink is always a good reason in my book. But she smiles and lifts up the goblet of wine and just gulp, 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 downs it.
Does she seem actually happy?
Roll an insight check.
I got a 7.
Not the... Oh, I was gonna ask. Never mind.
Oh wait, what's our portent dice?
I just rolled it,
Yeah.
so 15.
Oh shit. I don't know if I want to use it.
Guarded. You can't you almost feel like she's slightly walled off. You can't really get a read on her.
I will try again. Later.
Outside that
She's
little
drinking.
hint of sort of home to sadness when you talked about homesickness and stuff like that. But you have a drink. You share a drink with her in her quarters. The sound of sort of hammers banging on wood. Every now and then the sound of sawing coming from the galley. As Basilicus continues to work on the bar. He has put out that he is commissioning a sign for whoever comes up with the best name. So, something to think about. Naming the bar.
The Salty Squall.
It's a pretty good one. But
Guy Drinker.
you
Oh, that one in the chat.
pass night for you and Adelaide as she continues like pouring drinks. Eventually, you are eventually joined by throughout the night. Bestia pops her head in and has a drink. Lincoln pops his head in, doesn't have a drink. Sort of saying, you work in poison as long as I do. You learn not to trust drink that anyone else pours for you. And sort of disappears. Nipsey and Carrington only pop their head in long enough as she's walking to her room. And the night passes for you, Ito.
My vote for the name is the High Life.
Mile High Club.
No, just the High Life.
Reed,
We only still Miller.
you're able to work with Crowder over the, ensuing days. Like I said, you're there. Like I said, you don't leave the next day. After the airship comes, of course, in 3 days, there's another couple of days where he's building the bar, essentially. He's doing that before you set out and go on your way. The majority of the people here are certainly, members of the Coldwood and citizens of Wilderstadt. Their burial practices are largely the same. They believe firmly, as many of these sort of hunters, gatherers, people that heavily depend on nature. They want themselves to go back to nature so that they're basically the energy and essence that they took out of nature will go back into nature. That's sort of their belief. So you find yourself basically the bodies are taken out on a sled. I think the total comes out to roughly 70 dead total. It's not a huge number, but it's a lot. Between the citizens, the guards, the hunters, at the end of the day, it's, 70 might not be a catastrophic number, but it's a lot of people.
Quite a few, yes.
Initially, Crowder is apprehensive about including many of the fallen guards with proper burials. Some animosity remains there. He sort of shaking his head says, they turned their back on us and their life. Why wouldn't it behoove us to just throw them in a ditch right now, bury them where nothing can get to them? Salt the damn earth.
It is the right for all people to have a peaceful rest. Even those you disagree with.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage. What is your current piety for?
4.
Add
yes.
4 to it.
Oh shit. That is a 21.
Oh. They were citizens of Wilderstadt. And I guess not all of them were happy with what they were doing. Very well, Master Halfling. We'll see that they're given the burial that they wanted. Not just for their sake, but for the whole town's sake. There's no need for that much animosity to go on, I guess. Now, that takes care of about 60 of them. There are 10 other ones that you are... They're clearly not from Wilderstadt. Everyone here is mostly pale, or they have sort of dark brown eyes and dark brown hair. There are a couple of... and they're by and large human. The small amount that aren't are a motley assortment of individuals, some of which you've seen before. Clearly some come from the Vergilt Plains, likely the southern portions of the Vergilt Plains. They have very sort of tanned skin. They're usually a bit shorter. Their hair color is usually a lot brighter, many times shades of blonde and things like that. You even see one very sad lizard folk. Greenish skin, what appears to be... it doesn't have any druidic heraldry, but it was likely from the lizard folk to the south. And one also very interesting individual. They have sort of raven black hair, almond-shaped eyes. Their skin sort of dark, not tan, just a slight tinge of beigeish yellow. But a human, for sure. This one is the most unusual one.
Alright, unfortunately, since I'm not completely versed in other religions, can I look to see if I can find anything that might be denoting a religious tendency, or perhaps just the general rites that they would perform for that area?
Sure. You are able to like I said, the Vergilt Plains, that's easy enough. They want to be buried essentially in the Vergilt Plains. There's standard like cemetery style. That would not be weird for you to know. That'd be a very easy thing for you to know. Now
Mostly, I guess it would be the lizard folk.
The lizard folk is a little bit trickier. You find yourself going to Karakwa. Connor, why are you privately rolling some dice?
Because I keep rolling 10 out of 10 and it's really weird. Sorry.
You go to Karakwa, who looks at him. He says, "This is not the lizard that I seek."
God damn it.
Who the fuck is Cody?
He even did the voice. Apparently, he got really upset, not necessarily with us, but I don't know, something came up.
He says, he is of a tribe closely related to mine. Not druids, but affiliated. We prefer to have ourselves burned in the pyres.
Alright, then that is what will be done.
Pyre
I
for
will
the lizard.
prepare to start a pyre for this lizard.
And that is all save one human. The unusual human.
Oh yeah, you said he... Very blonde hair.
He had... The unusual one is completely raven black hair, almond-shaped eyes, skin that it's not tan, it's sort of dark, but almost sort of, it's like beigeish yellow.
Beigeish yellow?
Like a yellow beige. What would you like to do? That one is a mystery
Not
to you.
get people... Like, I don't want people, you know, jumping on me, but... Do I find any, like, signifiers of, like, the Jingma dynasty?
Yes, you can go and look through his things or talk to his people. Talk to people that might have known him.
Don't worry, Lou. You get 1 free racism pass today.
Alright. You find
It's the benefit of being white.
You find
It's Black History Month.
You go to his bunk and find a recipe for egg fried rice.
Jesus
Colin gets
Christ.
1 too.
Too bad
Is
I
Is
used
it Uncle Roger approved?
It's Uncle
Connor also
Roger.
gets 1.
Find me a recipe for General
But
Tso's chicken.
legitimately, okay, yes, I would look through him. I would look through his belongings first. Because it's not like I can actually thought. I mean, unless there are others that look like him.
They're not.
That's racist.
All of them.
But you are able to be a
It's okay, I'm allowed to say it.
a friendly guard, one that you're actually your good friend, well, Venta's good friend Jenkins. Now
Hey.
completely back to fighting shape. You know, telling
Big scar on his leg.
telling stories about how he was instrumental to the success of this operation, which is kind of a half-truth. I mean, he ended up being a little bit important at the end of the day. You're able to go to him as he sort of you ask him about him. He nods his head. Yeah, he was a little bit of a odd sort, I guess you could say. Definitely not around here.
Do you know where he was from then?
I never got a name of his town. He said his name was Zihan. That's most of what we got out of him. Didn't speak a damn word of common, as far as I know. We had to give him orders by pointing, but he was a pretty loyal guy. He did have, he got notes. I can show you where he bunked up, and then you can see if he's got the notes.
Yes,
he-
please.
and he-
Anything that would help.
Takes you to his bunk in the barracks. You can see many of the bunks have all of the bunks at this point have been stripped. Some of the chests have been tossed and gone through. He takes you to a chest made of very fine polished rosewood, quite small. And it opens and you find quite a few notes inside. And it is written, you can obviously read it, because you can read all languages, but it's written in a language you can tell is not common.
Actually, is that really true? Because I thought it specified speech.
I thought you could read it as well.
I think it's spoken languages.
Oh, well, you can understand.
Yeah, all spoken languages.
You can understand it then. It is written in an unusual language.
Damn.
Everything looks like little houses.
It does look like little houses.
So, in fact, Lou does not speak jive.
Can I speak turkey?
Yo, I
Hey,
want to hear
talk-
Chinese
sorry.
jive.
He says,
Lou, you only get 1. You used it already, so that one we had to call you out on.
Yep.
sometime, he says, I mean, it's all lost to me. He spoke his own dialect. Every now and then, I'd be able to pick up the occasional word, common, but he mostly communicated with gestures and things like that.
Well, I'll have to see if there's anything I can do to find out more about him. And I guess, does there happen to be a like library or something here that might help?
I'm afraid.
I mean, no offense, but it doesn't seem like Henley's people are the academic type.
Well,
Wow, fuck you!
he says
Wow.
exactly. That's why you're not gonna find much of a library, I'm afraid. There were some books for the Burgenmeister's mansion, but that burned down. So you might be able to find an educated man here, though, someone that's able to that studied in the Virgil Plains or in Prost or who knows. Over the past couple of years, we did get a lot of people like that coming in. But I'm afraid libraries, well, he just kind of shrugs.
Well, I'll see what I can do for this man.
He was a nice guy. I think he'd really appreciate that, Reed. Thank you. You've got the notes, but you can't read them. It looks like tiny little stick figures fighting each other with bow staffs or something. You can't understand a word what this means. It's written in all sort of gobbledygook.
Yes.
Look, I'm just saying, you know, your place is a bunch of hunters. They're not really scholars.
It's
we haven't
okay.
heard anything about scholastic initiatives.
This place
here.
doesn't even have a scholastic book fair, let alone a
Dude,
fucking
do you even have an
scholastic
accelerated
college.
reading program?
It
Yep,
is.
Don't worry. I'll remember this when you guys are dying.
I can.
Reading?
He can shoot an arrow at you from 100 yards, but you don't fucking put C-Spot Run in front of him.
Jesus Christ. Reed's gonna be fucking bleeding out, and Henley's gonna slip the tail in fucking. It's all over.
He's gonna say, "Oh, what's
He's gonna
that?
smack him
Oh,
upside the head with a book.
You can.
Who's
oh,
reading now?
You can read it. How about you shoot that? You're dying. Why don't you shoot that buck from 100 yards? Oh, you can't. Oh wow. Oh no. Your life depends on it. Oh no.
Yeah, I just.
Unfortunately, you're gonna have to seek out either someone on the ship or someone in the town. You got educated people on the ship, though. Take
What
your
about-
pick, essentially.
Yeah, what about Vestia?
Perhaps a wise
Perhaps she could
choice.
see something, or maybe she knows a little bit about wherever this guy came from.
You can you return to the ship. There is, as you head to Vestia's room, you can hear the sound of like clinking glasses in Adelaide's room. Vestia herself has the faintest tinge of pink across her cheeks, a little bit of a smile on her face. She has the large crystal ball, or a large crystal ball in front of her, not nearly as large as the one she had in her tent initially, but still sizable for what you would expect. Sitting on her bed next to a smattering of cards that have been tossed to the side. She sits cross-legged on her bed, sort of looking into it, and as you enter, her eyebrows kind of raise up as she says, "I saw you coming," as she sort of motions to the crystal ball.
I may not have the vision, but I expected you to say something like that.
Lou, that was really good.
You seek me out for something, yes? I can see it in the cards.
Yes. I'm trying to find the identity of a man that was killed during, well, this. And hand her the. I'm assuming I would have taken the
Yeah,
handwriting with me.
Yeah. She takes it and she looks at it and flips it over. We will contact his spirit. How does that sound to you?
I don't like messing with that side too much, but if it gives him his proper rest,
I understand.
Kellenblow would be displeased.
The ways of a seer can be dangerous and disconcerting. I understand your trepidation. But Madame Vestia is the best at what she does. You're safe
And
in
what
my
she
hands.
does ain't pretty.
You're safe in my hands, Master Half. And she smiles and motions for you to hop up on the bed where the crystal ball is.
On the.
You fucking heard her?
She's sitting crisscross on the bed with the crystal ball in front of her, basically.
Alright, I guess I'll get up there.
Close your eyes. Concentrate on this individual. And she leans over and lights 250 gold pieces worth of incense that Tommy could have gotten for free. Breathe in rich fumes. A heady mixture, one that brings the spirit world to the material plane. Imagine him in your mind. And she sits there silently. I see a far-off land. A place of rushing water. I see a place of thundering hoofbeats. Great green expanses. 2 yellow slitted eyes.
Is that all? Do you know the name of this land?
You can roll a perception check.
Perception. That's a 17.
She has one of her eyes closed, but you see one eye sort of slowly opens just a little bit as she looks down at the letters, then snaps her eyes closed. Shulong. I see the name Shulong.
No, you fucking don't.
No.
Colin, you've gone too far this time.
I mean, she couldn't get the description of the place by the letter alone, but she does eye this one. She looks quickly takes a glance at the red letter, closes her eyes. Shulong.
Better.
And what do you know about this place? More importantly, how can I give this man his rightful rest?
At this point she opens her eyes. An exotic land in a faraway place. This man, at the end of the day, truly his rest will never be held till he sits on native soil.
Well, I guess we're bringing a friend.
But only his soul. The body is just a vessel, see. Meat, bone, the likes.
Well, guess what? Reed's getting haunted.
There is a gem that I can offer you.
No gems involving bad guy or dead guys.
It binds the spirit to it. It was once used for terrible things, but I, myself, liberated it from a particularly powerful and dire necromancer during my time in Beaz Kumlahar.
She's about to give you a fucking lich's phylactery.
The gem can hold the soul until you find the native soil. The soil of the Jinma dynasty.
Alright, I know Colin's being Colin, but I'm gonna pull a Connor and roll insight on that.
What?
I only got an 8. I just don't trust gypsy tricks.
Whoa, whoa, whoa now.
Whoa, he's using up all the passes.
Yeah,
Now
fucking
you
loser
use,
here.
you use,
Fucking
you
loser.
use the gypsy pass.
Loser over here just like, oh, I fucking hate pikes.
That's pretty good, Max.
She's
I
telling
can say that. Reed's mother was a gypsy. She ran out on him.
Whoa, wait. When the fuck did we find that out?
Never. No one's asked.
What's my mother's name?
No one's asked in the year and a half you've been playing this character.
Nope.
She says, she's, as far as
Sounds
I can tell,
more like no one's fucking said to me.
she's telling the truth. She has a particular gem that can be used to bind a soul to it, and once that soul, once you get to somewhere where he might be more comfortable, you can bury the gem. He'll be resting peacefully on native soil within his home, the Jinma dynasty.
Alright, then I will take the gem. But what... I'm assuming she's not just gonna hand it to me for free.
She starts to, but this says, it is a very valuable gem. I should hate for it to lose it to being buried in the soil.
What's your cost?
She says, cost. You wound me, to put it in such vulgar terms. I don't want, the money. Money's... it's meaningless. Only useful in this life. And only sort of useful. Not nearly as useful as things for the next life. As soon as she's talking about money not being useful, you hear Adelaide like spit out her wine. If you could procure me a nice set of like a nice Taroka deck. I do so miss my scrying bowl that I lost all the way back in Feist, or not Feist, the other one, Dern. I wouldn't mind a new scrying bowl.
Wait, Colin, don't I have that?
Do you?
Yeah, I borrowed it from her to scry.
I thought it was destroyed back in the Dern.
If you'd rather it be like that, it can be. But I have used it to
Unintentional
scry.
thievery.
Oops.
It is, but she just wants, she wants something useful. A Taroka deck, crystal ball. It's funny because all those things can be procured with money, but to actually put the money in her hand, that's vulgar. I would be happy to trade it to you for that.
I
In
don't
fact,
know if we'll find something
says-
like that in this.
You are a trustworthy. You've always been one to match your word. And so I will give you this gem knowing that you'll make the debt right.
Of course.
And if you don't see that the debt is made right, I will merely take the gem back and, I suppose, add it back to my collection, and he'll never rest on the soil.
Okay.
And you would not want that, yes? She just sort of
Reed's
hands
eyes sort of
it
just-
to you.
Starts to get a little annoyed at her, but yes, we wouldn't want that. Well then, I suppose I should go pick up our new companion. And I'm going to begin to leave.
Now Reed gets a Beastmaster companion. It's just the body of it's just the soul of a person. All right. I'm gonna go pee real fast. But you go and you retrieve the body. You place the gem right on his chest, and you can see it glows faintly, taking his essence. Leaving his body is just a vessel, just as she said. His spirit now contained in the gem. What is done with the body is up to... doesn't really matter, but Crowder sort of would rather it be burnt. He doesn't really want it... If he's not a person of Wilderstadt, he doesn't really want it following the Wilderstadt way of burying people, so he opts to have it burned along with the lizard folk, so they just make one pyre. And you take the gem. You can almost feel an essence within it as you hold it close. A beautiful black onyx gem that almost has a faint ethereal glow. But I'm gonna go pee real fast. And then we will move on.
That bald spot tastes good.
Failing if anybody else wants to do anything, we advance to the next day when the bar will be done.
There is something that I want to do.
I go to collect my wages.
I have to do the legend lore. I would like to do legend lore.
Alright, you wanna go ahead and
I
do
would
it
like
now?
to collect my wages. I should be paid. I had a job.
The entire government fucking dissolved. What wages
Yeah.
do you think you have?
We were working for the Confederates when
I go to
the
Henley.
Union won, buddy.
I go to Henley.
Yeah.
I go to Henley.
You know what? All you have to do is just go up where the big pile of gold is at the Burmeister's mansion and steal like a goblet.
I demand
And
my single day
That'd
of
be enough.
wages.
Look, I worked
Hey,
for
man, that
2
could be as
days.
much as,
I
like,
want
50
2 days'
silver.
wages.
Imagine wanting money for the country that's now dissolved.
You're gonna have to file a grievance with the Burgenmeister. Sorry.
They can't
Sure.
be dissolved. They still owe me money.
I mean, you should read up on the officers in the Confederacy after it dissolved, buddy.
All right,
Son
Henley.
of a bitch.
Henley will pay you the money, but he gets to keep your share of the 1,000 gold.
No, oh whatever, fine. 1,000 gold's let's share 1,000 gold.
Well, maybe.
How much is he owed?
For a day.
Realistically, like nothing.
Yeah.
it was like 2
Practically
days.
nothing.
2 gold.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
about
I'll give Max
Oh.
2 gold and keep his 125.
I'd say 2 gold is fucking generous. He probably earned like 5 copper pieces or some
So
shit.
I get
Right.
123 gold is what you're telling me?
You get 123 gold, but Benta gets his 2 gold payout for his for more than his day's wage. He's like getting a
And-
severance pay.
And his pride.
Okay, well,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
123 gold richer, and Max got his payday.
Jenkins is gonna
Oh,
help
yeah.
you get your dick wet though, so.
Phenomenal.
All right.
I'm gonna learn so much about this fucking heart. Oh my god.
Do your legend lore. Connor, what else did you want to do
It can come after.
before we roll over to the next day?
It can come after Legend Lore.
Which will be Monday, September 11th of the year 733.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Have they made... I hope they haven't made 747s in this universe. Oh god.
They've
That
only
was
made
real.
733s. But it will
That
still
was-
crash into your building.
No, no. You ready to get Legend Lord, Henley?
I am.
What the
The
fuck's... What the fuck's
best-
this heart called?
Best spell in
I think it's-
5e.
I think it's called the Heart of Uller.
Oh, that's metal as fuck. Okay. Find a nice comfy spot on the deck of the ship. I'll make my little transmutation circle bullshit. I'll put my little bowl in the middle, put my 250 gold pieces worth of essence, put my ivory strips on the side, and have Henley hand me the heart. And we'll see what happens.
I hand him the heart.
Okay. Do you want me to post the spell too, Colin, so you
I
can
know.
read it? Or...
I know what the spell is. Don't worry.
Okay. I will concentrate on the heart and light the incense and do the 10-minute casting time.
Alright.
and focus on it and see what I learn.
The incense burns heavy, the gray smoke lifting itself to your nostrils, filling you with an almost drowsiness as it swirls and wraps around you. Visions dance across your eyes. You see shadowy gray landscape that extends as far as the eye can see. Gnarled trees where strange beasts move to and fro. Shadows that seem to dart from trunk to trunk, rising up before you. You see a shining beacon in this darkened landscape, glowing pearlescent white. A man, nearly bare, save for rough wolf arm, sort of a rough, essentially it's like a wolf speedo, honestly.
Ha.
Wearing
I went to
a
the bathroom and came back to
helmet.
It's essentially a wolf speedo.
wearing a helmet that has massive antlers, basically like stag antlers, the largest you've ever seen. You see here, just faintly in your head, once was prey, now was hunter. So the cycle continues. That's it.
Okay. Jesus Christ, that's a lot to take in. How do I put that to Henley? That sounds great. Okay,
I don't know, Tommy. How do you tell me that?
that's a good question. So what I gathered from that is Henley's gonna be the huntsmaster potentially. Right? Right. Right.
He's either gonna be a prey or he's gonna be the huntsmaster. Depends on what happens.
That's fair.
Man, so die or become God?
Essentially.
Okay. Yeah.
Sick.
I like those odds.
Okay. So, in other words, Henley, you're gonna either die or become Uller in the Shadowfell.
Do I become Uller or do I become me in
Well,
Uller's place? Or do you not know?
You're gonna be a replacement, I think.
Well, that could... Man, those both sound like terrible options.
It's not
To
great.
say the least, and from information gathered, it sounds like it's not the first time that it's happened, and it's not going to be the last.
Well, that's even worse.
Oh my god.
Well,
Is that the whole point of the Night of 1,000 Stars? To be the first trial in finding a replacement for Uller? Oh my god, my mind is blown.
Shut up, Colin.
Wow.
Metagaming pigeon. Son of a bitch.
Well,
Was there a story that's been put in place for 2 years? Oh my god.
I was really hoping Colin would eat shit and fall out of his chair. For
One day
Christmas
it'll
sake.
happen.
Feel free to discuss the effort I put in while I walk this dog because she's looking at me like she's got to pee. Got pee pee?
No.
I'm gonna walk this dog. Discuss it.
well, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
did. Fuck. I thought that
To
was
replace
made...
God?
Yeah, I thought that was made clear last week.
No.
I
No,
thought
that's,
I was just gonna fight him and he was gonna fuck off.
no, the Bergenmeister just made it sound like he was prey, not fucking replacement.
Nah, you don't train up a super prey unless you want something out of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to kill
yeah,
it.
good hunt.
I mean, have you not seen Alien vs Predator?
I was about to
Sometimes
say,
the
it
hunt
sounds
is
like a predator trying to groom prey.
Nah, it's the
Shit, Rick's being groomed? We gotta
yeah, it's
cancel
the,
Uller.
it's the greatest
bad.
game.
We're gonna go into the Shadowfell and we're gonna whoop his ass.
We gotta
I
go
think he's
to a
coming
lot
here.
of different places.
That's true.
To be honest,
No, when one of many celestial events with the cult world happens, he will show up. He will be able to cross the barrier, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's
And
probably
come hunt him.
here. This is turning into a boss rush.
We're gonna have to fight Shar and Salune also. So it's gonna be a
And
rough
Baba
one.
Yaga.
And Baba Yaga. Oh no, I have to fight 3 gods. Shit's rough.
Don't forget Vecna's on that list too, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Meanwhile, Klaus from the top rope.
Man, but so there's the green lady in there for good measure because you know it's gonna fucking happen.
Well, she did make me sick, so...
She gave me boogies and snotties.
Wait, we don't know. The Mantis Queen might come for Alakul too. That's another one.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Wait, and what if there's a god of vampires and it comes for Alakul?
I'm a big fan of Klaus from the top ropes, though.
Yeah, I like this.
Alright,
And then the King of Keeping
I
Frost.
guess at least Kellamore has my back.
And the dragon.
Yeah,
You say that,
Lou.
Lou.
Kellamore saw what you did to that Kenku.
It's
Yep.
true.
You'll never be forgiven.
Kellamore sees you cavorting with the undead.
Kellamore sees you dropping racial slurs casually.
Yeah!
And then yelling at us for not knowing your mom is a gypsy after you've played this character for nearly 2 years.
Kellambore's like,
Listen,
wow. He's just saying people are gypsies now. Okay, saying it's
I
okay.
would say also, Lou, you can't say no one asked because RP works both ways.
You didn't tell.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't listening, so I literally didn't know that your parents were
It
gypsies
hasn't
until
really
just
had
fucking
to come-
now.
Actually, I did mention it the very first session, but it's just never come up. I mean, we
Well,
have
yeah,
to deal with Reed's
the
Lou,
very
you
first session I mentioned I was undead. You didn't pay attention to that.
Lou, you need to make that come up. That's what role-playing is.
God,
Your
we can all
backstory-
talk about our mommies.
Your backstory doesn't mean shit if it doesn't come to the table.
My mom
mommy's
was a woman.
suspicious that she wants me.
My mom was magically lobotomized by my dad.
My mom was a
Well,
shadow
Tommy wins the
terrorist.
trauma there, the trauma section.
My parents are dead.
My parents own a tavern.
My mom was a
Well, that's
shadow
sweet.
terrorist.
Your mom's yeah, my mom's a shadow terrorist. Rip.
My dad is an elf. He's cool.
I should say was a shadow terrorist.
Yeah, no, Reed was
Kablooey.
You kind of
very
allow
early
who
by his
Akbar
mother,
yourself.
raised by his father until years later when he, finally got lovesick enough to start chasing after her.
But
So
see,
he was
Lou,
just left
And
with
he
the
left
town.
the child?
Lou, none of that is true until you tell us. It's called Schrodinger's backstory. None of
See,
it matters until you tell us about it.
Secretly, I've been trying to get Lou to do or Reed to do a drinking game with me for like months, and I can never coerce him to do it.
You just need to do shots of tea.
I mean, I thought about spiking it, but he was already upset when I turned him into a T-Rex.
He's also a monk. It doesn't affect him.
Huh? A T-Rex?
You're good. You're good, Beaver.
I
You're good at
don't
that.
fucking know what it is, man. Like, my brain is too.
Beaver has a
complex.
very specific problem.
I've got autism or something. I swear to God.
Beaver has like the Matrix numbers running in the background, like
It's-
swinging by.
Latent gay.
Oh, that's true. It's the early onset of Ligma.
There you go.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I should
Who's
probably
Joe?
report. My mom is out of the hospital.
Yay.
Hey, Lamau.
She is in rehab and will be there for 2 to 3 weeks.
Better than the
Nature!
fucking ICU.
It works.
Well,
Her,
she was there at one point, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that's 1,000 times better than the ICU. That's
Yeah.
different.
How's her head going?
She is able to hold a conversation, but like she can't remember stuff.
Nature, Tommy. It works in cycles. Sun, or day to
Hang on,
night.
wait one goddamn second.
Moon.
Colin, did you know that Reed's mom was a gypsy?
Yes. He told me about his family some.
Leave Colin
Man.
alone. He's stroking his ego.
And honestly,
would be
since
fucking
she's
nice.
Since she's a traveling gypsy, she could pop up at any moment.
So you could
Would
be
fucking
friends-
We
nice.
just haven't run into her yet.
Oh,
could-
could she also be friends with Vestia? Because all gypsies know each other. Reed?
She could be
Fucking
Abigail.
All gypsies look
Bastard.
the same.
You could be Adelaide.
Now,
Shit.
nature is cyclical. Days turning to nights. Hunters becoming prey, becoming hunters.
Wait, is this the next day?
I've just expounding
okay.
and expanding upon the stuff that Aruna has learned.
My fucking eyes.
So the sun sets and the moon rises, and the moon sets and the sun rises.
Colin, what we've decided though is that the end of the game is just going to be a god-killing boss rush.
Yep.
All right, so we are doing the 4th
Colin,
edition
write that down,
campaign
write that down.
again.
Colin reaches for a stack of notebooks, takes the first 2 off, throws them over his shoulder,
who
grabs a third one.
Who wants to choke slam Oler off the tallest mountain through a cloud layer?
Hell yeah,
I think
brother.
by rights that's Rick's job.
Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna have a 3-way ladder match with Shar and Salune.
Oh, I
My
thought you were just gonna
sisters,
stop at the
shut up.
freeway part.
No, and we're gonna have a ladder
Oh.
match for for my sister's freedom, where we have to get it like the adoption papers out of the Money in the Bank.
Wait, like that one wrestling match that was for like the custody of Donegan? Donovan or something like that?
case.
All right,
I just wanna
but that's what you
RKO,
find
back
out.
then.
A nice use of legend
Thanks,
lore,
Vince.
and not a waste of 250 gold pieces.
Damn.
I mean, in a way, a waste of 250 gold pieces. You could have procured that from Madame Vestia.
I'm so glad that there's a money in the bank gif.
Well, I wouldn't have known that. They would have known that.
To argue with you, Colin, you forgot that I had her crystal ball for scrying.
I
Get
did.
out of here. Don't do this to me.
Well, she doesn't. Her crystal is not her crystal ball. Her scrying dish.
Okay.
The one
Gotcha.
that she had a crystal ball, a set of Taroka cards, and a scrying dish in Dern, and it was the scrying dish that I said got destroyed.
Yeah, now that I think of it, I thought that the crystal orb did blow up or some shit because the weird golem moon summoning bullshit.
One of them blowed up.
Load.
Okay,
I don't remember which one though.
that's okay. Well, I used something for
I
scrying.
believe
So.
it was the crystal ball that exploded.
They are both equally technically interchangeable for the purposes of scrying.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
just likes having them.
yeah. Okay.
You learn that. You expend your incense, you have your vision. It's not, the world's most clear-cut vision, but you're able to glean information from it. Telling Henley, the importance of his destiny, and the outcome of continuing down this path.
I don't really think it's continuing. I think it's I don't have a choice.
Oh, you do have a choice. You've met.
What, wait to die?
You met Katya Gillespie, who secluded herself and decided she was no longer going to hunt. She was going to resist those urges.
Yeah, but I've already decided that if I don't do it, it's going to affect someone else, so I have to.
It will indeed. Because she did not want to do it. It passed on to the next person.
It's like It Follows, but with a maniacal Norse hunting god instead of a sex demon.
You're not even
Dude,
getting
It Follows is
laid
so
for
good.
it. But no, because
Talk about the short end of the stick, though.
she decided to. She essentially did decide to pass it on because she refused to continue the hunt.
Did she know when she told me that?
She did not know that.
Okay.
She did
I'll
not
say
know.
she's becoming more evil as we as we
She
talk
did not
about
know
her.
about the whole prey thing. She just knew that you learned from her that it was a curse. She felt it was a curse, this constant drive, and that she was not going to stand for it, and that's why she ended up completely isolating herself. You met her on the northern coast running the Memorial Melee. And Henley, you participated in that to gain her confidence enough for her to tell you that. But that was stuff that happened in your backstory while you weren't here, because you were
Oh my
not
God.
for that. That was that was after you set apart from Gustav too. Now, does anybody else want to do anything, or do you want to move to the next day?
I do.
Too
Oh
bad.
boy.
Adelaide
But-
says she hates you and hopes you die.
But my thing comes with a question.
What's new?
Yeah, what's new?
Are you gonna be mad if I leave?
What do you mean if you leave? Like leave the party?
If Ito and Adelaide go back to the capital?
For how long?
I mean, that's up to you.
Depends on what. I mean, am I gonna be mad if you leave?
What I'm saying is, out of character, I know how much stress, or not stress, but like how much work splitting sessions becomes, so I don't want to do that if it's gonna lead to that.
I would say it depends on like how long is it gonna be? Why are you taking her from thing? That could be it could be as simple as does she need to find something out? You could get in contact with Gen. He's in charge of the capital right now.
Yeah.
And he could
Well,
talk to
I was given what she was kind of experiencing earlier tonight. I was gonna have Tommy teleport us there, or Aruna rather.
I don't even know if he has to do that. Can't you just take the teleporting circle there?
I don't think it's ready yet, is it?
The
thought you
teleport
guys
circle's
left it
ready.
already.
The bar's not.
Oh.
Well, I say you can't teleport unless you have the spell. It doesn't work like, oh, I touch the circle and I leave. Someone has to be there to cast teleportations
Sure.
Oh.
both ways. So yeah,
Okay.
unless I missed something that Colin said.
On the
so.
bright side, someone in the capital, if you just take the runic array that is needed to teleport, is going to be able to teleport you back. There are mages in the capital that are capable of that.
I can just jot it down and give it to you, and then they can use it. So
I mean, well, first off, I would talk to Aruna and ask her if she would want to go, but also implore her to understand that regardless of the situation in the capital, she can't stay there.
okay. Do you mean to say that to
Did I say Aruna? I meant Adelaide.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
Main sure.
Adelaide. Yeah. Yeah, she can't stay there. Regardless, it could be great, it could be bad. It could feel like your absence is causing more harm than good, but I promise you need to come back with us. Or we don't have to go.
What purpose are you taking her back for?
Well, earlier you said that she did start to seem homesick.
She seemed a little homesick, yeah, but understandable.
Also, I have a few questions that I want to ask again, but I would rather ask them in person. But it is up to her. She could even perhaps go in secret.
Incognito.
Do you talk
As
to
Hildy.
do you talk to Adelaide about that?
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's what I was. I was saying all that to her roughly.
Well,
Apologies.
She says, I thought the plan was for me to take a tour of the town tomorrow, but I certainly would not be opposed to a jaunt back to home. I wouldn't mind having a decently cooked meal.
Ouch.
I do have a.
Oh, I guess I should talk to Gen about the day-to-day of the Empire, but that is why he has been hired, after all.
I do have a proposal.
I'm not marrying you, Ito. You're far too old.
Good answer. No,
I will only sleep with you.
I mean, okay. What I mean is, what if you return home, as a pauper? As one of your own peasantry?
Me?
Yeah.
Pose as a pauper?
Ah, I do it every now and then. Once a week, actually.
Only if I can pose as John Popper, the blues traveler.
Damn.
She just gets a bandolier of harmonicas.
Hell yeah.
What a beast.
She says, I'm probably...
Adelaide immediately takes 20 levels in Bard.
I am far too attractive to be a pauper.
Sure, but that can be changed.
The thing is, she's not. Like I've always said, Adelaide is not an attractive woman. She's pretty, but she's not. Yeah.
She's average.
She is not fine.
She's got a very distinctive hooked nose.
Oof, don't tell Rick.
But does she have a booty so well you have to stop and make a note of it?
Yes.
Oh, now Reed's paying attention. But no, she says, I mean...
Or we don't have to. It is up to you. It was just an idea.
Why would I be a pauper? I go home and see how things are going. Have
Correct.
a drink, maybe have a couple of meals. See if there's any particularly interesting ambassadors around, and we come back. You could almost call it a vacation, I suppose.
That's my point. I don't mean for it to be a vacation. I mean for it to be you seeing how...
I solemnly
Why
swear
people-
that I will learn from this endeavor. I think we should go. It will be nice.
But you do have to come back. You cannot stay there.
Yeah.
First of all, it's not
Yeah.
safe. Frankly, to be perfectly honest, this trip probably isn't safe.
I suppose. She sort of says, I want to be a good ruler.
Mm,
I
to be a
really
good
do.
ruler. To be a good ruler, you have to start by being a good person.
Says you.
Ah, says me. That's why Ito goes to a bar, Venta's father's bar, and sits there every week. And every week he makes a meal for the people that live in his household. And he helps with chores around the island. He takes one day every week to stop being a nobleman and start being an islander.
You can see there is actually when she looks up at you, there is a significant amount of sincerity etched on her face as she looks up at you and says, I want to be a good ruler. I suppose I was never shown how.
Oh, yeah. Gotta start somewhere, like I said yesterday. Or this evening, rather.
And you think that will help?
It might. Might hurt, but I don't think it will. If you are to rule a people, you need to see the people that you are ruling. You need to see how they live and how you can better their lives, or make it worse. Because your decisions will have that effect on them, whether you feel like it matters or not. That's how it works. That's the game.
I swear to you, I will return.
Good. Because at the end of the day, your enemy's on your doorstep, so you being at the capital for longer than, and I will look at Aruna when I say this, 24 hours is probably poor.
I swear to you, I will return.
Alright, well,
I might not
I
be wildly happy about it. I'd much prefer my soft feather pillows, my bed warmer, and my drinks. But I suppose sacrifices must be made.
oh god.
Ito tries really hard not to laugh at that.
Well. Okay, well,
Sacrifice.
if pleasantries are aside, the sooner you go, the sooner you come back, so we can go take care of this.
I'm going to message Aruna, and I will tell her that to cast a sending spell on me 24 hours from now, because I don't trust a court mage to teleport us back.
Phenomenal.
That's how Colin throws us in the fucking Shadowfell.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, so the first two things I'll do, Colin, I'll mark down the rune sequence to give to Ito for a court mage. And then second, I will burn a sending to send a message to Gen if it is safe to do so, I'm sending Ito your way to ask you some questions. If you could send him back, please.
Oh, that's
I'll
true.
see if
Ken
I
can
get a
do that.
response.
Of course. Did you say you're taking Adelaide?
Tommy technically did not say that.
He would say, bring the Emperor.
Oh,
She
okay.
should see.
Oh boy, okay.
That's not alarming at all.
Okay.
Should we all come?
Is Adelaide
Uh,
like going to get her stuff and Ito's kind of by himself?
Probably, maybe. Yeah, sure. Why not? But
Ito's
he
not
also
making
said,
any preparation.
Okay.
can return.
Okay. I'll nudge Ito. I not sure if you want to prepare Adelaide for the worst, but from the old man again, it sounds fairly dire.
Sure.
Okay.
I will
Just
talk to her.
forewarned. Also, has Adelaide ever been teleported?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I say as long as everyone's used to it, because I'm sure it's not a pleasant first-time experience.
It's not.
It wasn't.
Of course, I don't know. Is it remotely the same to what we've already gone through?
Yeah, it's the same sort
Okay.
of feeling for the most part.
Because touch Aruna, touch mask.
It's like you get pulled to somewhere else, and then you're really fucking confused for a while.
Fair.
Okay.
That'll telly lag.
Alright, well, this will be my second 5th level spell of the day if we're doing Legend Lore in the same day. But I'll go to the bottom and I'll get him teleported.
Alright. Ito and Adelaide sort of head towards the bottom of the airship. Stepping into the magical circle, you can hear Grop and Bella sort of quietly chirping in quiet rest. The two Thrycreen sit at a table with Alec Cool, each of them playing what appears to be a hand of cards. The two Thrycreen are teaching Alec Cool how to, or showing him Alec Cool a card that they learned to play in their hive in Bayas Kumlahar. It actually involves two separate decks and two separate hands of cards held in each of their forearms. You don't know the exact rules, but it looks like they can't swap cards between hands. You pass by them as Alec Cool says, "Angel's not a stripper name," as you continue walking past.
What a bastard.
That's so good.
The rune glows enticingly as Adelaide and Ito step onto it, and you mark down the runic sequences, preparing it in your mind. As you cast the spell teleport, and you feel yourself yanked away, Ito, as if a cord has been attached to your navel. You can see the world initially turns to black as you're sucked through basically space, and that blackness turns to bright, intense white before finally coming into focus, and you find yourself standing on the teleportation circle within the actual capital of Weissenberg. It sits in one of the large minaret towers that were on the palace grounds. You've seen it before, obviously. Bottom floor, Ambassador's Tower, that sort of thing.
I don't know geographic. Well, I guess I suppose I do. I'm assuming. I know Stallreich doesn't have time zones, but I'm assuming we've gone back in time a couple hours.
Sure.
It looks big enough that it might be.
A little bit. It'd still be night, but...
Okay.
The first thing you're struck by, Ito, it's fucking cold.
Yeah.
Bitter.
I've still got my winter gear.
Bitterly cold. You would say, despite the fact that you're inside and you are now far, far south of where you were, it's equally as cold.
Okay. That's alarming. Is anybody greeting us?
There are braziers burning, sort of around the circle itself, but there's nobody there to greet you.
Okay. I will,
Adelaide sort of furrows her brow and says, usually there are mages around to protect from interlopers, I guess you could say, intruders that would use the circle.
Gen did warn me to be on guard and to be prepared for anything, but he did say it was safe. He did sound grim, though, which is frankly unusual
she
for
just
him.
She just remains silent, just starts walking forward, walking towards the large double doors. You can see she comes to them and she presses up against them, and she's like, it's like she's trying to push. She's just pushing in place, her feet sliding on the ground. She sort of begins trying to throw herself up against them to open the doors.
I would advise her that she should probably not treat this as her palace at the moment, until we know more.
Well, do you think we should sit in here, or should we go outside, Ito?
Is the door moving, or is it locked?
It looks, go inspect it.
I will go and inspect the door. Is it the one door? Is it just one door?
It's a large set of double doors.
Okay. Or, sorry, is it one portal? Is it one entrance?
One entryway, yes.
Okay. So I will go and I will inspect the doors.
No
you said there's no...
lock.
Okay. You said there's no braziers lit. Are there any windows?
There are braziers lit, but they have burnt low.
Okay. Are there any windows?
No windows on the base floor. The windows are up on the higher floors.
Okay. I will listen on the other side of the door, and do I hear anything?
Swirling wind, mostly.
Okay. Okay.
As she throws herself against it, the door budges a little bit.
I will assist her in attempting to open the door.
Give me an athletics check with advantage.
I'm so good at those. 22. Oh, I'm better than I thought I
The
was.
door slowly
Oh, I don't know why that was a self-roll, sorry.
opens. And you see why. It's got nearly a foot of snow backed up against it. As you push open and see the capital of Weissenberg is blanketed in ice and snow, covered in a swirling vortex of a blizzard that just rages all around it. The skies above, sort of dark, heavy, pendulous clouds. You can see the guards of the palace have sort of slowly make their way across the grounds, their heads down, covered in whatever sort of coats, jackets, any warm clothing they can muster as they go about their patrols.
I will get closer to Adelaide.
The town
and
of, or the capital of Weissenberg is. It does not get snow in the winter.
Yeah.
It is too far south. So to see it covered in a foot of snow and a blizzard whirling around it is probably disconcerting, as Adelaide just kind of sits there with her mouth slightly agape.
I'll get close to Adelaide and I'll say, hey, I don't think I need to tell you this, but just to make sure you're aware, I've seen this before, and it is a harbinger to their oncoming occupation.
I have to find Gen. As she just starts walking, she just walks towards the palace.
Well, that's fine, Gen. That is the appropriate response. And I would advise perhaps staying away from any ambassadors.
Does not
for the time being.
not pay attention to you at all. Just walks.
Follows her as closely as I can manage.
You're buffeted by the winds as you approach the palace, despite the fact that the swirling snow makes it difficult to see. She walks the path, a path that she's walked thousands of times with, just sure of herself. Her eyes locked forward, as eventually she sees the central palace in her eye line.
So I'm sorry, I misinterpreted the architecture here.
The architecture,
Is the teleportation circle a like a small dome structure outside of the palace?
Within the palace grounds, there is the palace proper where the emperor lives, and then there are minarets, basically towers around the actual palace grounds. They're still around
That's
the
where
actual
I ran
palace
into her
itself.
the first time when she was boning the ambassador.
She's
Okay,
in the ambassador's tower, which is where the teleportation circle is. They're separate structures. They're on the palace grounds, but they're not within the actual palace that she calls home.
So there's like an open air mall between the
Yes. There's open air gardens and fountains and things like that.
Cool. Sorry.
Like I said, the palace grounds themselves are quite large. But she walks past frozen fountains, past hedges that are covered in frost, many of them sort of dried up as she comes to the palace itself. You can see the palace is manned, guarded by several guards who stand huddling near braziers for warmth. They have pole arms sort of resting up against their shoulders, and as you approach, two of them move away from the braziers to sort of cross their pole arms, say, "No entrance, sir. You should be joining the evacuation carriages."
Before Adelaide has any chance to say anything, I'll kind of move her aside and I'll say, I'm an Imperial envoy and I need to get through this room.
I would say even more reason to get the hell out of here.
I'll get the hell out of your way as soon as you let me by. And I can roll for that.
He says, "What, you got any proof of that?"
Yeah, and I'll show him my signet ring.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Uh, 18, which for me is quite low.
He eyes you. I take you inside the foyer, get a little bit warm, and then I'll talk to Gen and see if he wants to see you. Well, that.
Appreciate it. Tell him the Southern Lord is here. He'll know who I am.
Alright, he opens the door, and you're allowed in the foyer with two guards that sort of stand at the ready, keeping an eye on you as he disappears up a long staircase. He's gone for a while, but after maybe 20 minutes, he returns. You can see Gen walking behind him, not in his young boy form, in his 20-30-year-old form. It's sort of gray hair, gray eyes. He looks tired as he stands over the staircase looking down at you, but he sort of manages to muster a smile as he descends the staircase, offering his hand. "It's good to see you."
I will... Adelaide's next to me, I'm assuming?
Yes.
I would, greet him. Hello again. Perhaps some privacy.
Gen, what the fuck is going on here?
Or not.
He sort of nods his head. Privacy, yes. We should retire to the map room. And he leads you upstairs to where he was. Up to the map room. You can see it's aptly, duly named. A massive wooden table that has maps splayed across it. You can see that there are all sorts of, pieces, tokens for various forces arrayed on the map. As there are several people sort of moving around. Many of them appear to be mages of some sort, dressed in long, sort of flowing robes with fur cloaks wrapped around them. He does find a private corner, and just sort of says, "I suppose it is good that you came."
Sorry, Colin, you're talking to yourself. If she's that pissed off, I'm not.
She says, "What the fuck is happening? It's never snowed in Weissenberg, let alone a foot of snow. I left you in charge. What the hell is going on, Gehenthramaz? You're supposed to be a powerful silver dragon, an advisor to my family. I know you didn't shit the bed whenever we needed you the most."
I will, however, cut in and not in a cheery voice say, "I told you so."
He motions.
That was to her, for the record.
She, like, throws you daggers. Her eyes sort of glaring at you.
I'm not happy about it.
He turns and motions towards the map. "Things are dire, my Emperor. It's not as dire as it may look." As he shows you that, at the very least, they've been pushed. They're not right knocking on the doorstep of Weissenberg. The winter, the blizzard, extends a long way outside the army. It looks like you can see they've got tokens placed all the way, roughly, maybe, I don't know, if you go to the Stahlreich map, Connor, it's basically around here.
I'm sorry.
Somewhere it's roughly around here.
Oh, wow.
So they're not.
That's where their army is?
That's where Weissenberg's army have been pushed to.
How do I draw? I can't remember how to draw.
You go to the pencil thing on the side and the drawing tools.
I don't think I have a pencil thing.
I can draw.
So because they came through Ertzig, right?
They
And through
came.
Kritz Castle.
They actually came up from here, from Festinfaven, all the way through Kritz Castle, all the way to here.
So they're kind of coming down and in a loop. Okay.
Yep.
That would explain why we didn't see anything, because they didn't go through the mountains; they went around them. Okay.
And Karak was at the siege of Kritz Castle, so.
Okay.
Now, they've advanced it here. While it is not right on the doorstep of Weissenberg, it is uncomfortably close, and the winter weather, this cold blizzard weather, it just extends a long way in front of them.
Is it like?
Is it like?
Sorry, my kid just brought me the phone. Give me 1 second, Colin. I'm sorry.
Alright. Before Ito and Adelaide, they see a large map, topographical in nature, delineating the northern coast, the Vergilt Plains, and the Coldwood. Roughly between Hogsend and about halfway between Hogsend and Weissenberg, there's been a rough line of tokens. One set appears to be sort of chill blue, almost jagged, like an icicle. The other set, stark red, with wings out the back, as well as several smaller infantry tiles, what appears to be boots with lances. There's a rough sort of front that has been erected between the two. You can see that parchment sits arrayed, numbers, which you quickly see are counts of troops, levied troops, deaths. Things are dire, to say the least. Every day they give ground. As slowly as possible, but still they can't match just this unending, grinding, marching force of nature, led by this heartless king and the Tide Mother atop the Red Dragon Bismarck, as they slowly grind their way inland. And that's basically what they see.
was cool, Colin. That was cool.
I was hoping he'd be back by the time I ended up with the description. Mages rush to and fro, parting around again like water around a rock. Many of them in bright, garish colors.
Sorry, that was
one of them.
that was
Yep.
that was the kid's dad. I can't hang up on that call.
Yeah, I was just describing the scene better.
Sure.
Adelaide is not happy
I did not think she would be.
as she looks at the map. As I said, there's basically a front about halfway down the Emperor's March between Hogsend and Weissenberg. The cold blizzard winds extending all the way to Weissenberg.
Can we get this might take some doing, but is it known the affected area of this unnatural? Because it's like the end of summer, early autumn, right?
It is September 10th,
yeah.
yes. The extent, you don't know the exact extent, but it's far enough to send Weissenberg into a blizzard when they usually
So
don't
it's at
even
least-
get snow.
At least 2 or 3 clicks.
So, a long distance from the actual fighting, Den has told you that the advance is not like wildly fast, but it's a steady, grinding advance that they just can't stop. They can fight and they can try to slow it down, but they just can't stop it. Specifically, he talks about the winged hussars just doing hit and runs as best as they can, while the actual army itself sets up defensive choke points, but then has to give way slowly, just a grinding advance forward by the armies of Black Everfrost, led by the Heartless King, who has the heart of a dragon god beating in him now, as well as the Tide Mother riding atop Bismarck. They just can't stop.
Fuck me, I forgot about that. Oh, Nick's back.
Oh, Nick. Hey, Nick.
Got an Ant-Man back.
Don't worry, we're winning the war. It's fine. Everything's okay.
It's dire tidings, Ito.
No, like
And
I said,
Adelaide
I told
is
her
just
so.
sort of speechless. She doesn't know what to say. As Gen sort of tries to explain the situation. To his credit, Gen's doing what he can.
Yeah.
The armies are moving slowly forward, but they're still he's got Adelindra in the field running, hit and runs. She's the overall general of the entire armies, leading from the front as they continue just trying to slow this advance down. But it's just a advance. It's a force of nature at this point.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No, I get it. I do want to say there's like 4 or 5 things that I want to do here. This can absolutely wait till next week. I don't want to take up the whole spotlight.
No, we're fucking doing it, Connor.
Okay, we're doing it. All right. Okay.
Next week, Cody has to be here because we're doing the fucking Druids.
You better message him then.
I'll send a message.
I'll get the druid staff. I'll dual wield legendary artifacts.
Okay. I'll kind of lean close to Gen. I was like, who are all these people?
He says, whenever he sort of motions, battle mages from Prost. Those that didn't want to isolate themselves in their little pocket dimension. Those that wanted to fight.
That place. I think that's the one.
Down here.
It's appreciated. Christ.
We've
I
got
think that's
battle
real
mages on the
close.
front line. These are the leaders that were willing to come. They are in contact with their battle mages. He motions to one, the only member of the standing council that was willing to join us, Delilah, as there is a beautiful woman with a wide-brimmed hat that has a feather sticking out of it.
Do I know that name, don't I?
Delilah is Aruna's mage girlfriend.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
That you met
I was gonna
all
say,
the way
Just
up back in the
how to
day.
claim white teas.
Her
if
sister.
she's in earshot, I would get her attention and let her know that Aruna's okay. She's the one that sent me here.
Like I said, she turns to you and says, "Really?
She's not here, unfortunately.
Pity. I should like to have kept my bed warm against such cold." But I suppose there are more dire circumstances. Of course, what better time to appreciate the company of another than in the direst of times? How did you get here exactly?
The I don't. It hasn't. The building has an actual name, but I don't know it. So the teleportation circle.
So there's a teleportation circle. Can you teleport back?
We've made arrangements. We're only here for 24 hours.
Well, perhaps there is a night of warmth in my future. But that's besides the point, darling. It's good to see you. Not dead. And you too. My apologies. Holy Emperor. She sort of whips off her hat and bows low.
Assuming... Oh, go ahead.
My name is Mistress Delilah of Prost, formerly of the High Council, now, I suppose, the only member of the High Council with balls enough to stand and fight instead of hiding in my own pocket dimension. It's funny because one of the only ones that doesn't actually have balls, but what else can you do? My battle mages are at your service.
Assuming Adelaide is still, like, glass-eyed, I will ask her, like, and this is Connor not remembering, but isn't she the one that got my people out of there? Wasn't Delilah the one that was helping...
She did help, yes.
Them move? The dagger
yes.
onto them?
She did help.
And that was successful, I take it? I don't think Ito ever genuinely got confirmation on that.
Of course, they're nestled away in the heart of as far as I know, the Ilderoyhan at this point. We, before Prost was shut down, I saw that they were sent on their way. No doubt they're enjoying the sun and surf far away from all of this cold.
Knowing they were, I doubt it, but thank you.
We actually have levied, again says, we've actually, levied some troops from the Ilderoyhan.
I don't have any troops.
If they can hold a sword, they're a troop, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's good to know.
We've taken as little as possible. From what I hear, there was some stiff resistance to that.
We haven't seen a taxpayer or a tax collector in about 3 generations. Most of the people on my island don't consider themselves part of Stalreich anymore.
If Stalreich disappears, the Ilderoyhan will soon follow, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah.
We've taken as little as we can.
We should probably take more.
But though, you can see as soon as he said that, he sort of frowns and says, I fear that will be the case. We've met some fairly stiff resistance, as far as I can tell from my writings with the collectors on the Ilderoyhan. Your sister is very, very willful in that regard.
If you're talking to Valdira directly, she will,
If you would write to her personally, she might be a little bit more willing to send people. As it stands, she's... well, she would rather not have anyone contributing and dying in this war.
Sure. And I will look at Adelaide, but kind of make my head out of view of hers, and say that at the end of the day, it does sound like something worth dying for. So perhaps she should reconsider.
She just kind of, almost glassy-eyed, sort of looks at you, looks at the map, seeing just what is arrayed before her.
And just for my mind, it's been what, like a month, 2 months?
Since when?
Since she left.
Since she left? It's probably been
Closer to 3?
about 3 months.
Okay. It is not with any happiness that I do say I did warn you.
He says his first version was, "I told you so."
She says,
No, I explicitly said I didn't say it like that.
I don't want a fucking lecture right now.
I'm not.
She just turns and walks away. She points to Delilah and says, "Come with me."
She's gonna go clear her head.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do anything. Go ahead.
Alright, the two of them disappear. Again, just sort of shakes his head. If you want, I mean, if it means anything to you, Little Indra, it's very admirably. It's muster troops everywhere.
She's one of the things I plan to take care of on this little day trip. I might be making quite liberal use of that teleporter.
I fear she's not anywhere near a teleportation zone.
That's a shame.
But from what I hear, she leads from the front, and even
Go ahead.
even those conscripted, brought on, just find themselves being swayed to her. They call her wielder of the green flame.
That makes Ito very happy.
The demon with one eye. It's another one.
That makes Ito even happier.
Yeah.
I keep hearing something about the Underdark. Is that taken care of?
The troops
That was-
of
that
the
came
gotta
up.
go
Underdark.
there.
Yes.
We have been in contact, not recently. They
Are
were
they
able to
ice-
get out a message to us.
Are they trapped still? Do we have to... Are they being written off as a lost cause?
We can't divert forces to the Underdark. Help them.
Sure.
From what I hear, the casualties amongst those that retreated are half the soldiers, maybe 20% of the civilians.
Well, what about a small team of, say, 7 or 8 people? Could you divert that?
Maybe, but it wouldn't speed up their escape, I'm afraid. They still have to get to an exit. They're still dealing with, as far as I can tell, raiding parties of dark elves and the like.
What about your not your friend? I can't recall the gold dragon's name. Sorry.
Right.
So yeah, soul something.
Sanctus.
Soul
Sol
Sanctus, that's right.
Sanctus has always been aloof. He's never had a loyalty to anyone except himself and his knowledge.
Has anybody talked to him since this started?
I have sent words to him, spoken to him. He will not aid us. He would rather just leave. Whenever you're able to jaunt across the plains, if where you're living in the material plane gets burned down, just move. It's that simple for him. Yeah, he holds no loyalty to Stolreich.
Are there other dragons like you who have the feelings of Bahamut? We could probably use their assistance.
I have heard of them.
Given that I would hazard
Ancient
a couple.
dragons, much like myself. Can't say I've met them. They have their own motivations. I'm afraid I don't like to speak ill of my kin, but even the goodly dragons often hold allegiance to themselves.
Sure hope they like being frozen solid.
Their own personal interests. I know of ancient copper dragon named Kyprum that used to wander these lands. He was a vagabond and a beggar.
Of a dragon.
He posed.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, that did not compute for a second.
He was, well, difficult to get into contact at the best times, impossible at the worst. And considering, and he sort of motions the map, I would say that this would be amongst worst times. Sol Sanctus answers only to himself, to his books. Burnesh he can be found. But he's always had wanderlust.
Oh, do you think he'd mind wandering up north for a bit?
He calls the Weird Sea his home.
I knew you were gonna say that eventually.
He's easy enough to find. You merely have to look for a iron galleon.
That's sufficiently metal, alright.
And he is, of all the people I've ever met, he is the most friendly towards the mortal races, I guess you could call them.
As their representative, I would be very appreciative of that. You know that once she's done letting off her steam, she's gonna come back here and want to make a plan, right?
Good.
That's... So, like, what's the deal? Like, what are we, 3 months? 4 months? When are they here? Are they coming here?
They are sweeping across the landscape, a wide front. It's making them move slower, but it is something that we just can't stop. They should be in Weissenberg within 2 months, I would say.
And it's only gonna get colder.
That seems to be the case. I've already begun issuing, well, evacuations, mandatory, immediately. Many are going down to Veskermund, hoping to charter a ship to somewhere else. Beaz, Kumlahar, Jinma Dynasty.
Is
Anyway.
Jinma receiving our expatriates? I've still...
He says,
Sorry,
there
I'm
has-
still not clear on, like, the animosity between those two.
there has been an arrangement that has been worked out
Okay.
between myself and the leaders of the Jinma Dynasty.
Oh, real quick, for a friend back home. Do you know what they do with their dead?
Within the Jinma Dynasty,
Yeah.
Usually, the ground where they generally live is quite flat, and quite often soft. For lower born, they will merely bury them, but for higher born, more respective people, they will build rock cairns.
Good to know.
Have them
Thank you.
interred within it, much like a tomb.
I was a random aside. Sorry.
But he sort of looks at the map and says, "A couple months they'll be in Weissenberg, and then on their way, ever onwards east." There's nothing else to say beyond that, I'm afraid. But speaking of nothing else to say real fast, I'll let you dwell on that, Connor. I've gotta go pee real fast.
Let's go. The deity celebrity deathmatch
Alright.
continues.
Alec Cool is present. Also, how much gold did everyone get from the...
125, except for Max, who got 2.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
Max wanted his wages.
That's a really specific amount for Max to get.
Max wanted me to pay
Max
him.
wanted
but I
to
gotta keep
his
his spoils.
Yeah.
He demanded his wages for the day he served as
Technically,
a guard.
means that Henley got 250, but he spent 125.
There's gold
No, I
flying around, but you were
I got
gifted.
247, Connor. God.
There you go. That's
Crowder,
right. That's right.
Crowder did hand out, gave the party 1,000 gold from the Bergenmeister's spoils, to be divided up however people see fit. However you want to divide it up. If you want to, if one person wants to take 1,000 gold, or if everyone's, it doesn't matter. But the party gets 1,000 gold.
Gave 125 more gold, Nick.
Yep.
Like I said, and if you wanted to do any shopping in the town, Wilderstadt is not a huge city with impressive things, but they do have shops and the likes, access to some magical items and potion supplies and like stuff like that. And you're stuck here for a couple of days while Basilicus finishes building the bar. Essentially, you can hear.
Sure, why I'm stuck on a black screen on.
We all are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to try and commune with the Mantis Queen and see if there's some way I can get reinforcements more than, 2 people. And like actual reinforcements, not people that are not suited for combat.
Boy. Everyone's stuck on a black screen. Wish someone would have told me that sooner.
Do I?
Well, I mean, if it was all of us, we figured you knew.
Yeah.
No, I just forgot to give. I just forgot to put on unrestricted vision range instead of.
To be fair, it has been brought up a couple times.
I have not heard anyone say anything about black screen.
We have been making. I did make a joke about how it's not day; it's still night.
That doesn't tell me anything about that. So now it should be the actual screen.
I still can't see anything.
I still can't either.
Fuck, hold on.
Reload page.
Configure.
Reload page.
Yeah.
Unrestricted sight range.
Colin, you were on one of your monologue speeches describing a scene, and I was trying to type in chat that no one could see anything, but it didn't work.
I guess.
Tommy, is that
just
damnation on your shirt?
I guess I can.
No, this is the.
It says I do not own a token.
Yeah, these are the Hanafuda earrings,
Vision
Demon
in this
Slayer.
That's easy enough. I will just pull everybody's.
That looks pretty cool, but not like it's obviously an anime shirt.
Yeah, I legitimately thought it was the damnation magic card.
I'm not into magic, so I wouldn't know what that is, to be honest with you.
Tommy only plays Cardfight Vanguard.
No, I played.
There you go. Now
I can't remember what the anime magic
you can
is.
see the winter scene, which is the actual town of Wilderstadt itself. Turn up the village sounds.
Oh, cool.
That is the actual scene that was supposed to be instead of a black screen.
We did have the really good music and sound.
Yeah, we had the
effects.
music.
In honor of Black History Month.
Oh, that's so good.
It's true.
Yeah, the music. The music reminded me of like the nice sleepy like Zelda theme they play in villages.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yes.
really
Like
nice.
this is the last song they play at a Hobbit's Inn before they close the doors.
But that's all. That's
It's
all you missed. It's a lot. It's a lot of talking right now. Unfortunately, Cody's not here.
He's not
Yeah.
having a good day.
Yeah, I was kind of filled in.
He's mad because we're making jokes that he looks like Adele. If Adele, or if he wore a wig, he'd look like Adele.
I don't
He looks
think
like a Del
that's
Castro.
I don't
what
think-
actually caused him to leave.
No, I think he's just in a bad
Wait, did you say he looks like Adele Castro?
Yeah.
Fucking goddamn.
That being
Adele
said,
Castro's strong.
That's really good.
Kurakwa is spending his time in Twice is Spice. He's going to procure a nice cat for the owner, since obviously he's not going to be able to stick around. But he was having like tea with her and talking to her, that sort of thing. A very nice moment with the owner of Twice, the old woman of Twice is Spice. Her shop basically survived pretty much intact. A couple of shingles lost, maybe.
Good. She deserves her. God damn it! And of course we want.
So while he obviously he's not going to be able to stick around as a cat, he's going to do what he can to be like, hey, I'm going to find you like a dog or a cat or something that'll keep you company and that sort of thing. And he was having like a nice cup of tea with her and things like that. But the point is, you want to commune with the Mantis Queen, and we're at this point rapidly moving onwards to tomorrow, Monday, September 11th of the year 733. This is technically no longer the age of the Holy Emperor, actually. Whenever the 732 was the last year of the age of the Holy Emperor, this 733 has started the first year of the second age of ice.
So like the scholars just got together and said, "Hey, we gotta we gotta change the name, boys."
Essentially, yes. I mean, as
Nice.
much as anybody else was, you've had the second conquest, the Age of Prosperity, the first conquest, the second Age of Ice is this one. The first Age of Ice is not technically one of the time periods, but there is a first Age of Ice. Although that's
Guys,
not what
it's
the
snowing
official
down
timeline is called. It's complicated.
Guys, it's snowing down here. That's never happened before.
You're not
It's a
wrong.
new ice
The
age.
the Age of Ice is called whenever the Horkrieg Channel freezes over enough that people are able to walk across it, which the armies of the Black Everfrost were able to do. That's why it's the second Age
Colin.
of Ice.
Colin, I have a real quick question for you.
Oh, Tommy!
Too bad. Was so is it more just a timing event that stuff is freezing over, caused by them like marching? Like
No,
as
it's
in...
caused by them. They're pushing it in front of them.
Okay, okay.
Like I
That's what I
said,
just wanted to make sure.
At least in the capital is here. It's not so apparent because you're a lot farther removed.
Yeah. In other words, it's like orcs with Sauron spreading the darkness. It's kind of like they spread bad weather to march on cities. Gotcha.
Yes, yes.
That's all I wanted to know.
They're spreading it in front of them. It probably does not extend this far,
Okay, okay.
or its effects
I
are
was just-
very minimal, realistically.
Okay, that was all.
But that's still, they're still technically months away from here. They do have time, but they're coming. Now, since Nick is back, we'll go to, and we're moving on to the next day. During that day, Alakul could commune with the Mantis Queen, possibly lighting some, possibly himself lighting 250 gold pieces worth of incense from Madame Vestia for free.
Tommy just got up. He's good.
Sort of taking out the Mantis Claw, finding a nice, isolated, quiet spot, hoping to commune with she who weaves and sort of sews from the loom. The Mantis Queen, your eyes closed as you clutch the Mantis Claw in your hand. Go ahead and give me a religion check. Well, sometimes it's hard
We do have
to
a
know.
15
We do have a
religion
15
die.
for the portent die.
I mean,
Nick comes in,
I mean,
uses
it's
our
almost,
important
it's
die,
almost
and
8 o'clock.
leaves.
Or we probably don't have another reason to use it if you want to use it.
I will use the 15 if you think that will actually work.
It will help.
You can't
Then
say if
yes.
it'll work or not.
Alright, if it will actually do anything at all, then yes, I will use the important die if no one cares.
No, like I said, it's almost 8 o'clock. With the
This is
shopping
not an episode where I think we're gonna need it.
Yeah.
You say that. I don't.
It's mostly there was so much fighting.
That's
it's
true.
mostly a talky thing.
I'm scared.
But I just like the idea of Nick just leaving after this scene, so he just comes in, takes our portent die, and walks away.
You sit in silence. The smell of incense all about you as you have your eyes closed. The world seems to dim away. No sight, no sound. For a moment. And then you do hear a sound. The faint shuffling of carapaced footfalls on on straw and wood. As you open your eyes and you see the two Thrycreen dutifully looking at you, sort of nervously, almost like wondering if you're okay. And yet you feel like, in a way, your questions has been kind of answered as they look at you nervously. An army. Of course, there's an army to be had. There's hives of Thrycreen in Bayaz Kumlahar that worship the Mantis Queen and would be willing to follow a champion, no doubt, if that champion showed himself to them.
Well, I look up at both of them and say I'm fine. The Mantis Queen has answered my question in a way I just kind of had ignored before. We're gonna need friends.
They sort of look at each other and sort of nod their heads. Absolutely. Destiny is driving you towards Bayaz Kumlahar. There's not just that to deal with, you've still got Parzula. That's a name we haven't talked about in a while. Ursula, the Blue Dragon.
I had no idea what this was about.
We get to see, what's her name again?
She is not there.
The Bishop Usul. All of that lays before you. That's just one of those things that has been shunted to the side for the current storyline, but it's the overarching storyline. The Raven, or not the Raven Queen, the Mantis Queen has answered your question in a moment of silence, just almost as subtly as someone putting the faintest finger on a scale. Your question has been answered. She doesn't need to do more than that.
Yep.
Now, Ito,
Colin.
if there's nobody else that wants to do anything,
Oh no.
the time passes in...
No, that's where I announced that I'm actually a dragon. Henley's Vizikin is my dragon name. I'm actually an ancient white dragon.
That's a pretty beast
It's-
dragon name, not gonna
It's
lie.
all
shit.
one word.
Yeah.
It's all. There's no space.
Henlizviken.
There are only 3 white dragons you have to know about. One of them is Aljos, the dragon.
2 of them are these nuts dragging across your chin.
Now you fight the white dragon, fuck, what's his name?
Now,
Both of these nuts.
No.
if there's nobody else
David
Al
Duke.
Jolson?
doing
No,
anything,
the White Dragon, David Duke.
if there's nobody else doing anything, Ito, Gen sees that you are comfortable. Make sure that you're set up in a room.
Oh, I'm not going to sleep.
Maybe you don't, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot you can do.
Yeah.
At least on the grand scale of things. There's no way to get to Adeline, or like I said, there's not a teleportation circle to get to her, or anything like that.
Sure. I'll thank again for the room. I want to sneak up to the ambassador's quarters and see if I hear anything at that door.
You're surprised. You can see, Delilah is actually outside of her own room. Fully clothed. Wide-brimmed hat in her hand. Sort of eyes looking downward, shaking her head slightly.
Where's Hilda? Sorry, Adelaide.
Oh, the Holy Emperor.
You can call her what you like.
She sort of motions for the door. Go on in. See for yourself.
I will, with great fear and apprehension, slide the door open.
Right.
She's there smoking a stogie.
You see,
Probably.
there is a, give me a dexterity or an
Oh, I'm
acrobatics check.
afraid.
Well, Tommy decided to fuck evil.
Right. You take 3 points of slashing damage as a large blade from a greatsword just arches across you, just cutting into your chin. As you can see, Adelaide, sort of fierce, determined look in her eyes, is wielding a greatsword, running through basically attack routines.
In her bedroom.
Not in her bedroom,
Oh,
in
sorry,
Delilah's
her,
bedroom.
sorry, yeah, in Delilah's bed. And I'm assuming...
However, she is mostly unclothed at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's absolutely doing this naked. I will, duck the blade, and I'll say, if that was intended for me, I can leave.
No, it wasn't.
Damn.
And she sort of lowers the sword.
It doesn't mean much, but I am sorry.
Shut up, Ito.
Yeah.
We need to go. I'm not wasting any time in the capital. It's not going to do any good for me to be here. You think me being here is going to do any good?
It might.
I need to know what needs to be done. You said... We talked about having something worth dying for, right?
We did?
And she just kind of nods her head.
I still have a few things I need to take care of.
Well, they don't matter, Ito. What are you going to do? Go prance around in some sort of poof?
They might.
Time is of the essence, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Well, what are we doing waiting around here? There's not a lot of good to be done in the capital. We need to figure out what we need to do, and do it.
Remember what I said, a blind path is not the best one.
What do you need to do here, Ito? Perhaps I can grease the wheels and get it done a little bit faster.
I don't think actually you can, but you can accompany me.
She spits in her hand. I can grease anything.
Is there a... I need to speak to Saint Cuthbert.
Huh. You want to go to the Shrine of Saint Cuthbert? It's a fairly popular one, to be sure, but...
No, not a shrine. He lived on the premises at some point, I'm sure. Is there anything a bit more intimate than just a shrine?
Well, there is a relic of his.
Something, or perhaps the map room. I imagine he spent some time there.
Perhaps. We can, however. You need to speak with him. I'm afraid his remains were interred 2 mountains far from here, which you've already been to, Ito.
Yeah, no, I know that.
But we do have a relic of his, if you wish to.
I think that'll do.
So she says, commune with that. I suppose you can.
Yeah, I can do that.
Very well. It is in my vaults.
Oh, that's another thing that I want to do. So convenient.
Okay. Well, it's convenient because if you want to commune with that, you'll have to go there. I'd really rather not waste any time.
Meaning,
I see no reason why we can't go now.
let's go. I mean, I'm assuming you already got that out of your system, so let's leave.
Yeah, it was kind of a little bit sad. She would only talk about Aruna the whole time.
Yeah, once you go blue, you don't go black. And then I will leave.
Wait, is Adelaide black?
No, she's a moon elf. She's like light blue,
No,
purple.
Aruna is
No,
blue. You
Delilah.
said once you go blue, you don't go black. I'm asking if Adelaide is black.
No,
It wasn't Adelaide, it was Delilah.
no.
I know that's
I didn't mean to say black. I meant to say back.
Okay.
Mistake.
But
But yeah, to the vaults.
wow. Oh boy. So, Beaver.
Hey.
Yeah, I was
You
waiting
wanted
for
some,
that.
you wanted
Are
some,
you ready?
For the
wanted-
record, I'm walking into the vaults going, "Where are you, Klaus? You fucking nerd!"
I actually feel like I have to isolate for this.
Yay.
Alright.
And you too, Redeemer.
Oh, it's good to have a nice
We'll go
little
to
power.
Ito's wine cellar.
Wait, what is my room called now?
Ito's
Who
wine.
changed it?
Hello.
No, it's different.
Anyone down here?
I can't remember.
It used to be Ito's Wine, like WHINE.
Under new management.
Okay. Interesting.
Alright. Adelaide is not. She's almost. It's almost like seeing just how dire things are. It's just lit a fire underneath her. As she doesn't want to waste time. She genuinely, after this conversation about, is there something, seeing that there are things people are willing to die for, and at first it seemed a little bit.
Colin, we
silly
need a change
to
of
her.
music.
That's true. It seemed silly to her to talk about, are there things worth dying for? And while I had a plan for this to be for this to come along a little bit later,
Yeah,
I kind
sorry.
of, it makes sense that her seeing this, is like, she truly wants to be a good leader. She just doesn't know how to do it. And she's young, and she loves to get laid, and she loves to drink, and all that stuff. And you're kind of having to introduce her to responsibility and that sort of thing. That being said, you make your way to the Steel Mint.
Just to confirm, because this has always bothered me when we do this, though. Do we need to be isolated? Like, I don't know. I'm assuming I'm about to talk to Klaus and Redeemer, right?
I think
Yes,
we
because
should,
you
because
may
of
very
some
well
things that-
you may very well learn stuff from Klaus that the rest of the people
Yeah.
The rest don't know. Okay,
necessarily
Yeah,
that's fair.
exactly.
That's fair.
Speaking of, what is my progress at? I guess percentage wise.
I
won't say for
don't
what.
like that question.
You've actually recently learned of potentially a very valuable item, a vertebra.
Fantastic.
Oh no!
That sits within the heart of the mountains. In fact, you think it sits on Mutterhawk itself, the largest mountain in all of Stalreich.
Fantastic. So I will have to run to the party there at some point.
That is why I set it up that way.
I don't like that question. There's a couple possibilities there, and I don't like either of them.
None of them are good, Connor. I promise.
I guarantee you, none of them are good ones.
None of them are good.
There's the cheesy answer, which I think it probably is, but then there's the really cool answer that I'm really hoping it is.
Well, it's probably the cheesy answer. You'll have to give me a second. I'm probably not gonna bring up the actual map of the Iron Vaults, but I do have it. Let me find it real fast so I can at least describe it to you. Got so many fucking maps.
Can you have like stealth scenes? Like I know we have the 4 scenes up on the bar.
Can you add
No,
like another scene?
I can add a scene. The only problem is it's gonna take a second for me to find it and upload it and let me find it.
Gotcha.
On that note, not to be a dick, it is 6 o'clock for me, and I have not gotten dinner for me and my kid. Do we have an ETA on how long we'll be?
Order pizza. Too bad, Connor.
What if I were to be AFK for 20 minutes?
You'd probably be fine as long as AFK for 20 minutes after this.
After this, okay.
Let me find.
Because I can leave and come back, no problem. I do need to feed my kid at some point.
Question: are you bringing
Yes,
Adelaide
Adelaide's coming. Yeah.
Awesome. So she hasn't been down here yet, has she?
Yes, she has.
She saw the caved-in roof when we.
She came down after our encounter with you and the Redeemer, because I literally shoved her nose in it. I said, "This is it. This is what your brother is doing."
Black Vault 1.
Uncle, brother.
Yeah, uncle.
Yeah.
Step brother.
Step
what are you
brother.
doing?
Uncle.
So it is Black Vault. I forgot that they were called the Black
What are you doing,
Vaults.
Step Emperor?
Let me see. I need you to remember that it's 3,000 by 5,000 in case I forget it when I'm making the scene. Alright. Great scene. Alt. Only had caps lock on. Navigation. Blah blah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, sorry to throw this at you, Colin. It seemed like a good time.
It is fine. I am here to roll with that. You know I'm okay with that.
No, I know.
Save change. Let me copy. Black Vault. Just in case you need to have a visual cue as to what the Black Vault looks like, in case you forgot it. I'm probably just gonna copy Bruce's token, and you'll just have to pretend
that'll
Klaus,
work.
but it'll just give you the vision. Alt. Hiding. Unrestricted. So.
Yeah.
Let's see. right.
The vault.
The vault. I am not loading in all the other levels of the vault. This will be good enough.
That's fine.
That's-
Yeah, that works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
that's
and then
the
Bruce,
stuff I
Bruce
want.
should be like here. All right. Adelaide. I'm not. I guess I can pull Adelaide. Probably makes sense. I do have her token
shit.
here. Let's see.
Colin, I typed in fantasy general because I realized that Saint Cuthbert wouldn't probably look like traditional Saint Cuthbert, and
He
boy, I found some good
doesn't.
ones.
He's a little bit different from the actual standard Saint Cuthbert. He has a sort of different, slightly different allegiance, I guess you could say. His is, the reason he's attached to your character is, this idea of duty, essentially, to the Empire, to your family. A little bit of a contrast to the Green Lady, that sort of thing. Which there's reasons for that.
Well, I just sent you a picture, and I think it's pretty cash money.
Okay. But yes, that's what you see. Stepping into the vault, technically, Klaus would be pretty much nowhere in particular, but you would know as soon as someone entered the vault.
As soon as I walk in there, I literally like go, "Come on, Klaus, you fucking nerd! I know you're in here."
I'm playing the gold.
Wait, I guess. No, I don't have a Klaus anymore.
Oh fuck! I don't like that. I forgot
That's
about
fine.
that. I forgot about the pool.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, I forgot
that's
about the pool too.
tempting as
Okay.
fuck.
Yeah. You walk downwards and standing within the heart of the Black Vault, the very place that you fought against the Redeemers. Basically his shade. The very place where you realistically, you lost Klaus. He's not really dead, but you did lose him here. You can see
I found so much more.
the treasures all around you. Delights and temptations that you know will harm as much as they help. You know, at this point, you know the Red Pool is essentially a death sentence.
Yeah, no, I'm if
And yet
that's
you
where
can see
Adelaide
Adelaide
is
sort of walks
standing,
to it and
I'm
stares
standing
at it.
right in front of it.
As she says,
It's not worth it.
it was worth it for
You
Magden,
really-
wasn't it?
Yeah, but in a way, it also caused all this in the first place.
You really don't want to do that.
Roll a persuasion check. With advantage, because Klaus sort of appears behind. You can see he still has the shade of the Redeemer attached to his shadow.
Just to confirm, the portent dice was already
It was
used.
already used.
This is what I was afraid of. Here we go. Oh
it's
no. Yeah, it is, but
You have super high persuasion, so...
no, I know, but yeah, when you could break 30, 14 or 18 doesn't feel that good.
She looks at it longingly, just wishing that there was an easy solution, but after staring at it for a moment, she turns to you and sort of nods her head.
You know, if it
A last
Oh, go ahead.
resort.
I don't think it is. If you ask me, I don't think Magden had bravery. I think that thing is.
She
a
pushes
result
you
of
into
cowardice.
You sacrifice yourself.
I've thought about
A
it.
moment of levity. For some fairly dire times. Klaus comes up to you. He has the like I said, shadow of the Redeemer behind him.
Actually,
Adelaide
if you give me my echo, if you give Bruce his echo, that can be the Redeemer.
We'll say, hello, you two.
Hello, it's been some time, Ito.
Oh, he's
I
just-
don't believe I've had the pleasure.
It has been a while, has it not? How many months has it been?
I don't think I want to tell you that.
We don't exactly get much sunlight down here.
Can you leave?
Well,
Really?
I can leave.
What happens to your friend?
He'll stay behind. He will stay behind, right?
Yeah, is
The
the Redeemer locked?
The Redeemer is locked to your shadow. He traveled with you whenever
Okay,
you went
okay.
to the
Oh, that's right.
place.
Okay.
Does the connection wane the further I get from the vault?
Nope.
Interesting.
Fantastic. I like that.
The Redeemer has latched himself to your shadow. He essentially, instead of being latched to the vault, he's now latched to you.
Well, we've been quite busy, as I'm sure you have too. What do you have to show for yourself?
But he actually sort of takes the opportunity. You can see the shadow sort of wavers and sort of moves to Adelaide. I warned your father.
I will kind of like protectively step in front of her.
I warned him of what was to come. That I had read the signs, seen the writing on the wall.
I'm gonna put my hand out in front of him, and I'm gonna be like, solution-oriented thinking. Now that's.
That is actually sort of gives him pause, and he turns his head, and he actually almost sort of bows and says, "I am ever at the service of the Empire. That is all I have ever wanted, was to save our home. Even if it meant doing terrible things to save it."
Well,
A goal we can still fulfill.
there's a reason that I'm here and the others aren't. Is that map accurate?
This map?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna insight check Ito.
You're gonna insight check me? Okay.
Yes. Klaus doesn't know better.
Well,
I mean, the last time Aruna came down here by herself, Alikul came with her. Just saying.
oh, are you inciting that I'm here alone?
Yes, y'all two were
Okay.
here alone.
Okay.
But I mean, it doesn't matter because I know you didn't come here with any more notes, but still.
Yeah. No, I get you. That's still a good pull.
You're down here alone, so I'll say you pass. I mean, it's truthful. He seems true to his word. Ito's not lying, so there's not a deception
Klaus-
check.
Yeah.
Klaus, if it helps, I don't think I can kill you, so I wouldn't bother trying.
Yes, I stand to lose a lot more killing you here, actually. So you do have that.
You say there's a word against killing?
No,
word?
no, I don't have a reason to kill you.
Ah,
I stand to lose a lot more killing you here than letting you out.
Honestly, you get the feeling, Bruce or Klaus, if you were to attack at least the Emperor, the Redeemer would probably fight you.
Do I see any hesitation on that remark? As a result of that?
No, like I said, he's bowed. He's.
No, I'm sorry, but like, does any of that
Not really.
No. Okay.
Klaus can kind of feel it. There's a loyalty that the Redeemer has to the Empire, to the Emperor, above all things, to the Empire.
She's kin.
She is kin, and you read in the Redeemer's diary and journal. At the end of the day, he desperately tried to convince his brother, the Emperor, or technically his uncle, the Emperor, to like listen to him. It's like, hey, shit's fucked up. We need to do something, and he didn't listen. And that's when he sort of went off the rails and started doing his messed up stuff. and then
So I guess I'll add on to the
inevitably
end.
killed him because he didn't think he was fit enough for the job.
So I guess I'll add on to the end there. Like, I don't have reason to kill you here, and I also would not like to get in between family.
They must have
Anyway.
come down here for a reason.
I did. I was told there's at least something related to St. Cuthbert here.
So that's interesting. I look over to the Redeemer Shade.
There
That's
is.
I've heard.
Why exactly is it, do you ask?
Could use some advice.
Well, if he wants to answer, that's his prerogative. Klaus, if you would open up the armory for the Holy
Ooh.
Emperor and her friend.
Is that the room
That's
that
down
we
here
weren't?
on the right.
This is the one that is, which one?
Isn't it the room on the right here?
It is, this one down here. Actually, no,
Yeah.
it's this one down here. The one that has
Oh,
all
yeah.
the weapons.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Right.
it could be either one. Both of them have armors and weapons. We're gonna do it this one. The one that has all the statues, monuments.
Right this way, right?
Adelaide, I would have her come with me.
She walks
And-
up to you.
On that note, I would like to prepare to cast a spell.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna prepare Hold Person on Adelaide the second she makes any movement towards that pool.
Okay. Okay.
Like, with intent. If, like, obviously she just walks north, I'm not gonna do anything, but if she looks like she's gonna make a run for it, I'm gonna cast Hold Person.
Fair enough. You keep an eye on her, as Klaus and the Shade of the Redeemer leads you down to what appears to be for such a, I don't know, such a holy and sort of sacred thing as Relic of St. Cuthbert. It's kind of crammed in and amongst just other junk, other statues, other things. Valuable, for sure. But a relic of a demigod, essentially. Just be thrown in with other stuff. It's a little bit, I don't know. It's not blasphemous, it's just unusual.
Not revered. Not reverent?
Not particularly held in reverence. But you do step inside, and there are various impressive statues, many of them beautifully painted, gilded, some made of wood, some made of marble. You see one that appears to be made out of pure adamantium.
And what is it? I'm sorry.
Just various statues of
Oh, okay.
all sorts of different things. You see a statue of what you can assume to be Hedwig von Richten. He has a heart that is clutched in his hand, a heart that you now know he was buried with. The heart of the King of Black Everfrost. Not the heart the King of Black Everfrost was looking for, but still the one that was ripped out of his chest. You see other impressive members of the Emperor's holy line, Hildegard von Richten, who was the woman who crucified people from the Jinma dynasty. Whenever they they managed to push them back, and then she pulled the nail. Whenever the Jinma dynasty asked for their people back, the people that she crucified, she personally pulled the nails out and then crafted them into the Iron Crown. This sort of thorny iron crown that is a symbol of the Empire. It's a crown that Adelaide herself technically it's her vestments as the Emperor. Like I said, the vestments of the Emperor are the Iron Crown and also the sword that Magdan von Richten wielded at the Battle of the Beas Strait. It is a massive two-handed sword, essentially.
Okay.
But it's weird, none of them look pristine. They're like battered iron, essentially.
Interesting. Okay.
But this is all lore stuff you would have heard about already.
I do vaguely recall all this. I remember the crucifixion thing too. That's cool.
You do see what appears to be sort of famed advisors and generals. You actually see one again crammed into a corner. You recognize him. Like I said, he takes multiple forms. You're mostly familiar with his young form, his 10-year-old form, where you first met him whenever you were traveling for discovering the Silver Dragon Monastery, and his 30-year-old form that you know was technically a lover of Magdan von Richten. But you can see next to him St. Cuthbert. He has his hands sort of out, almost like he's offering something, and sitting in his hands is a very impressive two-headed flail. This spikes on this flail as wickedly sharp as the day it was crafted. It glitters faintly green.
I'll look at Klaus and I'll say, is that normal?
For down here?
Fair. Okay. Good answer, Beaver.
That is a good answer.
Yeah, that was good. Whoa. Beaver never turns off his roleplay. Is my clasp reacting in any way?
You can if you touch it, it is warm, very least.
Okay. I will look to the other three and I will apologize. And I will hold the clasp out towards the statue. And I will say, I have this, and I believe that it was given to me for a reason. Truth be told, I still don't fully understand why. I'm not devout. Sometimes I don't even feel like I believe in gods. And frankly, I don't feel like the gods have paid attention to me much at all. It's a bit of an odd place between me and divinity. But I do know something very, very true, is that Stahlreich, the Empire, needs a general, and I am not a general.
That it?
I think so. I had more, but I kind of liked how that ended. And I don't know what to do, and I don't even know if what I am doing is right. It feels vital and necessary, but at the same time, it feels like it's taking too long. It feels like it's so much investment for not a lot.
Just looking up at the statue, there's silence, just looking up at it.
take the flail. Perhaps he'll speak to you then.
I'll reach up for the flail.
Alright. You reach up to the massive double-handed flail and you place your hand upon it. It's smooth leather, almost cool to the touch, as I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Hang on. Hold. Oh, did you roll?
I rolled something, yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I want to make this roll, and my dice roller is not working.
Good rule of thumb is when Klaus tells you to pick something up, don't.
No, I know.
Because Klaus will pick up anything.
I'm very aware of that. But to be fair, Klaus is telling me to pick something up that Gen seemed to have known about. Or at least the Emperor. Yeah, my dice roller is not working. I don't know why.
Well, I can roll it for you.
It's +8. Here, I'll do a ghetto roll.
Are you clicking on the button? You're not clicking on the +8. You're clicking on where it says wisdom.
Yeah, I'm clicking on
then
wisdom.
it
It's
says
popping up with saving throw.
That's weird. All right, well, just roll a d20 and add 8.
Can I do like an acrobatic? Yeah, I can do an acrobatics check. That's weird. Here, I'll do. Yeah, it specifically won't let me roll saving throws. Weird. Okay. Well, all right.
All right.
28 for a natural 20.
It doesn't outright kill you. It drops you to 0 hit points.
Good to know.
As you just crumple to the ground unconscious. Basically, the flail clattering to the ground as blackness just surrounds you. You take 91 points of damage, whatever drops you to 0.
Yeah, that was it. I was at 91.
But it does not outright kill you. As you are pulled away from this world, finding yourself descending into darkness. The world seems to slow to a crawl, and you see a light in front of you. A light that is initially a little bit scary, but then comforting. After all the cold of the sort of armies of Black Everfrost, the cold of the Coldwood, the cold capital itself, you feel beautiful, warm sunlight cascading across your face. As the light continues to grow, turning from stark white almost to a comforting orange, as if beneath a beautiful sunset. As you almost feel yourself lurching forward, standing on what appears to be a massive field, wheat all around you. You can look, and as far as you can you see beautiful, verdant fields. Just a wonderful pastoral landscape as you sort of slowly turn in place before finally your eyes rest upon a massive stony building. It's a building that you can see has it's made of like white marble that almost looks blazingly fiery orange in the sunlight. You can see little plumes of smoke rising up from it. You can see that there is all sorts of basically wonderful of smells to you. The smells of, like, oil, sort of smithing and crafting, smells of fresh baking bread, all the things that you associate, many of the things you associate with good things all about you. And you see, above the doorway, a symbol. It is not St. Cuthbert's symbol, but it is a symbol that you recognize. Jagged crown, the symbol of Loth Mater, the god that the Empire has worshipped, and the god that St. Cuthbert worshipped. The doorway stands massive, 40 feet high, just a blackened maw, and yet it isn't a fearful maw. It's not like some sort of toothy beast. It's welcoming to you. It guards you. It fills you with a sense of purpose, a sense of justice, as you stand before it, looking at it, drawing you in. You look behind you, and you can see the faintest thread. And you know, in your heart, that this leads back to your body. That to follow it would take you back. Yet you turn and stand before the cathedral, this, Loth Mater, St. Cuthbert.
Just to confirm, is Loth Mater the god that basically the Emperor forsook?
No, the Emperor still worships Loth Mater. All of the Emperors always have.
Okay.
Loth Mater is the one that gave the blessings of the Forge. Saint Cuthbert was a worshipper of Loth Mater and ascended to essentially a sort of demi-godhood.
Got it. Okay.
He does not it's hard to explain Saint Cuthbert. He can be worshipped like a god. He doesn't take but he's almost like a subset of a god. And Loth Mater is also a subset of a god. Loth Mater is a god who is on the realm of Bitopia, which is a subset of Pelor.
Interesting. Okay, that explains a few things. Okay.
But within the cathedral, that is Loth Mater's realm. It's as much his realm as Bitopia is Pelor's.
Sure. I will take a step forward, and I want to see if that thread vanishes.
It grows fainter, but it does not vanish.
Oh, I don't like that.
It becomes harder to see it, to turn to it as you approach the doorway. Do you have the will? The gumption?
I'll be honest, I'm afraid. And it's just a closed door, closed facade?
Into the doorway, it's not even closed, it's just a big open doorway, but all you can see is sort of darkness within it, like it's shadowed. But you don't get the feeling that that shadow is, like, evil, it's just, you can't see through it.
Sure.
I will say, the symbol of Loth Mater is, it is a crown of nails, with 3 nails within it. I can actually send you a picture.
Yeah, I've seen it. Can you send me the document? I have the Encyclopedia Draconica bookmarked, but I don't have the other one.
Here. Get link anyone, and copy, send it to.
Oh, Tommy left.
Left to where?
He left the.
Be a gay boy.
Yeah.
There you go. That is the most updated on the Outer Planes, and it does have a section on Loth Mater. And St. Cuthbert is a worshipper of Loth Mater, so he's a subset of it.
As of Elysium, a great forge of rose marble rises from the sky.
Alright. That's what you
Hang
see,
on.
though.
1 second. Well, I'm just gonna skim that paragraph real quick.
Well, skim it. I'm gonna go pee real fast.
Sure. Beaver, did you expect to do this today?
I mean, I was kind of hoping to.
Yeah.
I was gonna try and get like some kind of beat on what Klaus is doing within the next few sessions or so. Anyway, so
The
good to know
vertebra has me asking questions.
Has he shook? It should.
It's like my gut says Vecna, but my other gut is like, oh, it could be so much cooler than Vecna.
I want it to be so much cooler than Vecna.
Because I have a theory, but I am afraid. Can I tell you my theory? Can you keep a poker face?
I mean, I don't even have my camera on right now.
Ooh, can you keep a poker voice?
I mean, so far so good, yeah.
Are you guys trying to resurrect the fucking dragon that is the mountain chain? The fucking...
I don't think I could fit the mountain chain in the basement.
Oh, that's right. It has to go in the basement. Okay. I can't remember what it's. What is the mountains called?
I think the dragon is Hospital.
Yeah, Hospital. Okay, I thought that's what was happening. Go. So how lucky was that crit?
Alright, I'm back.
Fucking so goddamn lucky.
Alright.
He brought you down here to get rid of Ito.
What are you doing? Well, no, I could have just killed you outright.
I know. It's a fun thought.
I mean, if you want to go to a realm of the dead, guess what? You gotta die.
I mean, at this point, I probably would have already gone up to Adelinda and been like, "Can you help him out, please?"
Well, this is all happening in, blink of an eye.
I was gonna say this because I have the parapet of wound closure. So technically speaking, this is all happening in what, 6 seconds?
This is all basically happening in the flash of an eye, to the material plane.
And just because of Ito's low stats, I do want to make sure. Do I understand that if I keep walking, I'm going to be dead? Is that my understanding?
You don't know that at all. It just means it's harder to turn back once you walk forward. That doesn't mean you can't, it just makes it more difficult.
I will take a step forward.
The doorway looms before you, and you can faintly see through it now, the shadows giving way to beautiful architecture. You can see arched windows rising up, allowing shafts of sunlight down to beautiful, sort of rose marble that catches the sunlight. It almost looks like it's on fire, as if it were a burning forge. You can actually see robed figures walking solemnly through it, each of them bearing the mark of Lothmater. But at the same time, the thread stepping closer, it's harder to step back. There are answers before you if you're willing to take the risk.
I mean, I feel like I came here for a reason, so I'll start walking.
Right. The thread disappears to little more than an echo, a shadow. It's always there. The thread still connects you, but it's no longer a white linen thread that connects you to your body. It's just a shadow of what it once was as you step into the actual building, the actual foyer of Lothmater, standing in amongst the beautiful marble that blazes with evening sunlight. These solemn men and women in white robes going about their business, almost ignoring you. But as you stand there, there is a voice. Can I help you? As you turn, you see a sort of young man, sort of wild brown hair. He rests on a cane, stooped slightly. A crown of thorns around his head. As he sort of looks at you, you can see the faint trickles of blood running down his forehead, over his eyes. But he looks at you with such compassion that you're almost ready to weep. Such love for someone that he's never met before.
I recognize him from the document I just read. Would Ito recognize him?
You can roll a religion check.
16.
But then, you're standing in the presence of a god, Loth Mater. The one who's, the Emperor's chosen, essentially. Who's blessed the Emperor, but one who's always is known for a god of sacrifice and compassion. A god of martyrs. A god whose kindness extends beyond his own personal suffering. A god who Saint Cuthbert devoted his life to.
I would, I'm not gonna bow, but I'd say hello.
Your soul is in turmoil, child.
Yeah.
And he rests his hand on your chest, and you can see while his face flinches and plain, for the first time in a long time, you feel calm, just at ease.
This isn't what I expected.
You sought another.
I feel as if I was misled by my own misunderstanding.
Sometimes our beliefs can not necessarily lead us down the wrong path, but it might be a path we don't recognize. Why do you come here? You're not a follower of mine, and yet you're still drawn to my realm.
I have a protege, I suppose you could call, a ward that I'm attempting to construct, and I believe she is, or her family is, a follower of yours.
Of course. The Von Richten line.
Yeah, that'd be the one. She is in turmoil. I'm merely trying to help.
He nods his head. For some time, they have been lost to me. I worry that they don't feel my love. How I yearn for their success. I know it within their heart. They are good people, but they drift farther and farther from me. Clouded by a river of wine. Lust.
If it helps, I'm working on that. Ironically, I come from wine and lust.
That is good, but you have to understand, at the end of all things, they have to be the ones to find the path. To find that road through the darkened wood that will lead them back home. I do so love them as I love everyone. I wish that I could take their suffering upon my shoulders as I have before. They're so lost to me now.
Could I do it?
Take the suffering on.
To help guide them back, I suppose.
You can lead them, but I believe there is a saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
That's true. I came here looking for Saint Cuthbert.
Well, that can be arranged. Saint Cuthbert is... I suppose you could call him a friend of mine.
He's a friend of mine too.
I believe that's what your kind would call him. He's...
Well, maybe I'm supposed to be talking to you though. I'm the...
I don't think you understand.
I might not.
By talking to me, you are talking to him.
Ah, I see.
He is but an aspect of myself, in a way.
I'm vaguely familiar. My realm, the line of Magdan, is in need of, for lack of a better term, a general. I was coming to him for advice because I am not one of those things.
Your heart is in turmoil because he sort of looks at you. You're claimed by another.
Yeah, that's it's complicated.
I have never felt such hatred and despair, and I have never felt so much love.
Yeah. She's a bit of a mixed bag, that one.
So much
truth. I don't.
You
I
can
don't
actually
fully
see
understand it.
as he's sort of seeing this, the blood is beginning to sort of run down his face more. So much sorrow, so much yearning.
Yeah. If you can help enlighten me on that, I would appreciate it as well. But I don't think you can.
Only she can.
Been avoiding that one actually. More immediate things to do.
He sort of says, avoiding a problem is never the solution.
Tackling a different one then.
Well, even so. A general I am not. General Saint Cuthbert is not. We are bound to this realm. You ask our aid. I can only offer it whenever the Emperor allows it into their heart. Take the flail. It will aid you, but the steps you must take that is a path you must follow. It's not one that we can guide you on or hold your hand with. I think in your heart of hearts, you at least have an idea of what needs to be done. And then, when she has finally found her faith, I will be there.
Yeah.
And when his words have come to fruition, she will rise beyond any emperor.
Currently, the complication is whether she'll have an empire or not left.
The dimmest spark in a forge can build to a mighty fire. As long as there are people that from that empire that will fight with her, as long as she remains that spark, it doesn't matter what land is gone. That flame can be stoked to a blazing fire.
You accused me of avoiding a problem, rightfully so, I think. Can you tell me if I have time to solve both?
I would say solving both is necessary, actually.
I would smile at that. Thank you.
He looks at you and says, he sort of smiles. Leave the flail. As he says, take the sword, the rapier, seek out the Ashen Inquisitor, essentially.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It is not the weapon. The flail is not the weapon for you. It is too harsh, too brutal. Take the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Seek the lady. With my blessing, Cuthbert's blessing. Understand your duty not just to yourself, but to the Empire. And know that these are not exclusive. They're one and the same.
Do you trust a non-believer in this?
He smiles, and once again he places his hand right on your chest, and all that turmoil is gone. As you can see, once again, the blood starts pouring down his face as the thorns of the crown just dig into him. As for just a moment, as he alleviates all the suffering that you have, all the inner turmoil, happily taking it onto himself, as he says, I would have your soul, your spirit soothed, regardless of the cost. Whether you follow me, Cuthbert, or she with the green eyes. I would only ask you do your best when you return to follow the path that you have been following. To lead this emperor, these lost emperors, back into my flock. I'll ask nothing more of you. And thank you for what you have done so far.
I thank you for your counsel.
I wish I could offer more. But your destiny lies elsewhere. And what a destiny it will. But it's time to wake up now.
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that.
And then you all of a sudden feel yourself yanked backwards as you are just ripped away from the realm of Biotopia, from the beautiful halls of Lothmater, from St. Cuthbert back to your body, as poof, you sort of immediately waken up with 1 hit point, as you see Klaus and Adelaide sort of standing over you, sort of rocking you, shouting at you, sort of saying, "Wake up! Wake up!"
I might snap my fingers in front of your face.
His eyes sort of
Wakey,
slowly
wakey.
flutter open. You have 1 hit point.
Vakey, vakey, Ito.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, that was quite the tumble you took.
Yeah, I think that was a lucky crit.
There's been a lot of exposition dump in this game.
It was, Colin, this was a good session.
Yeah, it was good.
But you're awoken. You can see the flail still rests in the hand, and yet you feel no need to reach up to it. You understand your destiny is not that it's not in St. Cuthbert or the Green Lady. It's kind of in both.
Yeah.
Something that the Lothmater has been able to tell you, and yet to pursue that, you kind of have to seek the Green Lady out, and at the same time, he's told you that that is the path to take. A path that you're going to have to walk no matter what. It's hard to say. It's complicated stuff.
Yeah, no, I dig it.
Adelaide sprints for the red portal. Cast hold
No,
person.
no, she doesn't.
But
Eat shit, nerd.
She does lean over you, sort of. Are you okay, Ito?
I will look up to her, and I will cheesily say, "Damn, you are actually really pretty."
All right. She rolls to hit you, and she does more than 1 day. Oh wow, she actually crit a roll. She does more than 1
Good.
damage.
Are you
knocks
fucking
out.
kidding me?
She
Yes.
actually did.
Good.
Yeah, I rolled a 20. She knocks your ass
Yes.
out again.
Good.
It's non-lethal damage. She does not want to kill you. But as you say that, she just pops you upside the head. Cheeky little fucking asshole. As she knocks your ass out for a moment again.
I'm down.
So that was fun.
And we're going to end this scene right now as Ito, unfortunately, you're knocked unconscious. You do, however, find yourself waking up on the dawn of the next day, resting in a soft, comfortable bed. Looks like it's not Adelaide's bed, but it looks like it's not in like the ambassador's tower. It's actually within the emperor's private sort of central palace, her own private quarters and things like that.
Whoa. Okay.
As you can see, it looks like a guest room of the emperor's private quarters.
Oh, okay.
It's
okay.
not literally her bed, but like probably like a guest room of some sort in the actual central palace. You can actually see whenever you step out, you're directly next to Gen's room. You can see Gen's room is like hardly touched. It doesn't look like Gen sleeps very much. But that's what happens during your time in the capital.
Yeah, no, that was good.
And Adelaide is ready to go. A determined look on her face. You talk to her about something that she believes in dying for. It looks like she may very well have found it. She has what appears to be a she is no longer sort of she has a chest under her arm. And you can see it's under like 4 padlocks that are made of mithril. It's a very long chest.
If I ask, are you gonna tell me what that is?
Do you want to see it?
I think I have a feeling, but yeah.
Good. Because I'm trusting you with this. As she takes a key, or a necklace that has a mithril key on it and hands it to you, as she unlocks 2 of the locks and motions for you to unlock 2 of the locks.
If we're in her private quarters, there's no way either of us are clothed, so this is a very awkward scene. I dig it. I will take the key and I will undo the 2.
You lift open the chest and see a battered iron crown made of nails and a long 2-handed sword. That
The
is
one that was downstairs.
battered and rusty, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that before you hit me. I spoke to.
If this is to fall, if I can't stop it, I would have these with me.
I think
And
that's
I would
wise.
entrust this key to you as my advisor.
Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. I don't think you're ready for those yet. And that's not meant to sound insulting. That's meant to sound objective.
She almost sort of opens her mouth to protest, but then I will earn them in time.
I think that is the point.
And she closes the lid. She puts the locks back on.
So she has 1 key, I have the other one?
Yes, she has the key for... there are 4 locks. Her key opens 2 locks, your key opens 2 locks.
And it's 1 singular chest
It is
for
one
both
singular
items.
chest for both
Okay.
items, a long chest. Like I said,
I think...
technically, this is getting into gamey terms, technically.
Sure. Yeah.
Her sword is a Zweihander. She is going to need to be trained in an exotic weapon proficiency.
Okay. I was actually going to tell her that I think from now on you need to start coming with us on our little adventures throughout the realm instead of sitting on the airship.
I was planning on it.
Yeah, I meant to bring you for the last couple, but I'll be honest, I'd kind of forgotten.
Alright. But she's gonna need training. A Zweihander is 2d8 slashing damage. But it
That is
requires... it's a 2-handed weapon, and it requires... let me see...
Strength of 18.
Strength of 16 or higher.
16. Okay.
So she's got some training to do, because she does not have 16 strength.
Good to know. And she is on the paladin path?
She is on the paladin path.
Okay.
So it would be 2d8 plus a holy smite on top of that. So.
Yes. Good.
But the path that she is currently walking on is 2-handed paladin. There's still time to change that, but she's a fiery, aggressive personality. You found the thing that really suits her, essentially.
Yeah, no, I don't want to snuff that out. Sorry about the actually no, I'm not sorry. Ito is not sorry for that comment. I guess what time is it? It was like nearly midnight when we got here, right?
Yeah, it's now morning.
Okay, so we still have some time before Aruna's check-in, right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, straight up, I do not trust court magicians, and I will tell her as
Well,
such.
I would say, do you trust Delilah, Runa's girlfriend? She is a court magician.
That's true. I'm trying to think, is there anything else?
Not only that, Delilah's gonna find a way to come with you, so...
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't want to go home because I don't want to do that to you, Colin. Because I know that if
I'm not gonna lie, you're gonna have to go to the Ile de Royhan eventually.
No, I know. The reason I've been avoiding it for so long is just because of how crazy the Feywild was, and I have a feeling if I go there, I'm not going to become able to come back very easily.
Like I said, The weapons you need to find, things you need to find, are in place. I can't
Yeah.
change that.
No, I got you. I would actually tell her before we leave. Her and I need to talk. And I will explain to her what. Actually, that's a pertinent question. Do I remember what I saw?
Yes, it's
Okay.
it's all there.
I will explain to her what I saw. That
I haven't strayed far from the path. I still worship Lothmater.
His words, not mine. I'm
Well,
just.
maybe he's just not paying attention.
Well, maybe you're not doing anything that's caused him to give you his attention. Or at least not doing the right thing.
Roll a persuasion, Jay. This is what Ito's good at, so.
30.
Damn.
I like to drink. Okay? Is that so wrong? I like to spend the occasional night with a lady or a guy. Is that wrong?
No, I don't think so.
So,
But there's.
why's he got such a stick up his ass about me doing it?
I think the concern comes from
Well,
the focus.
well, what does he want me to do? Does he want me to get on my knees and pray at the edge of my bed every night? Is that what will satisfy him?
Considering he entrusted the task to a non-believer, like, full disclosure, Ito's practically an atheist. Like, he's a real hardline agnostic, at least.
I mean, at this point, he's talked to gods. Can he really be an atheist?
No, but like he doesn't have any faith in them, is what I mean. Like he knows they exist, but it's like saying a cheetah exists. I know a cheetah exists, but I've never seen one.
But I've never put my dick in one before.
Yeah. But
Can you really worship it if you can't put your dick in it?
what I'm saying is, if Lothmater is entrusting a non-believer with the restoration of, in his words, his most beloved family line, I would imagine that prayer and devotion is not what he is looking for.
And what do you think he's looking for?
Focus and action.
I am focused. I've been training sometimes.
You said that word yourself, right? There's time to make time for yourself, but there's time to make time for the world
I get
around
tired
you.
of making time for myself. I like when other people make time for me. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I'll make time for you if it helps.
Well, you are a little bit old, but whatever. The point is, I am as devoted as any emperor before me.
When again, you misunderstand. He's not looking for a devoted follower. I think he has that already. He wants the realm to endure.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but we're gonna have to find out together.
And you got a 30 on your persuasion?
I got a 30 on my persuasion.
You can see she kind of purses her lips and it looks like she almost wants to say something, but she bites her comment back.
Look,
Fine.
I told you when I pulled you out of your bed, naked, kicking and screaming, that I was committed to this, that I wanted you to start acting like an emperor, and I'm working on that. And I understand the things that are going through your head. I don't say that often, but I have some vague idea. But ultimately, we are in this together.
Fine.
And we have some things we need to take care of.
Fine. I don't know exactly what path I'm going to go on, but
No one does.
I did entrust you as an advisor, and I've given you that key for a reason.
I don't know what is the correct path, but we need to figure it out. I've got an idea, and we can pursue it. But again, you and I have to stick together.
Fine. But I don't think waiting around at the capital is going to do us much good.
Well, I know Delilah, and I trust her more than a regular court magician, so we can go, or we can stay and...
I've rested on laurels for too long.
Sure.
Let's go.
Real quick, does she seem genuinely rested? I'm not saying like we need to go get a spa day, but does she... I'm trying to make sure she's not on the verge of like
sure, roll a perception
a break. Perception?
Yes. Or you can roll an insight check, possibly.
It is the same bonus, so a 13.
Yes. She's more...
Okay.
She is... she's never wildly exerted herself.
Sure.
She's never been physically tired. She does seem
More.
emotionally tired, but it's almost like a crust of resolve has built around her. All this talk about, are you willing to die for something? What is going on? She genuinely wants to be a good emperor. She's not sure how to do it. She's seen the trials that are facing her. She's learned. You've talked to Loth Mater about this idea that the fire might be snuffed, but as long as there's an ember, it can be built back into a fire. The empire, as long as this ember of the empire is still around, it can, even if the lands are conquered, it can be rebuilt. That sort of thing. If anything, she seems girded, set on her path. She's still wildly untrained, but she seems now really ready to start focusing on learning how to wield a weapon, to fight, to lead.
But let's do this together. We will take action together. We will pursue it together. We will relax together. Take some time to make sure that the other is in check. You have 2 keys here, and if one of us isn't ready for whatever reason, not much point in doing that.
I'm ready.
Good.
I am ready.
Then let's go.
Then let's go.
Are we going back to the practice hall?
No, she's heading back to the teleportation circle.
Yeah, I meant the other Discord.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we go, can I say what my original idea was coming here?
What was it?
What?
This is out of character, and this is not to give
You got 20 seconds, because I already told Tommy he needs to be back, because there's stuff that needs to happen with him.
You're good. I was going to try and convince Klaus and the Redeemer to help me resurrect General St. Cuthbert. That was my original idea.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. You'd have to get to his body, but you could. You know where it is.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to stop here first and pitch it, but I didn't bring that up, so that's not canon, but that was definitely my original idea. But I thought better of it.
We can have that conversation still.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that idea. It's also not one I would make without the group's discussion first.
Well, that's the opportunity, because we're going back, because they've been in the dark for a while.
Because, let's be real, Tommy would kill me.
Yep.
Alright, but head back.
Yay!
So
you're finally back.
So if you guys take a gander at Ito's HP bar.
I will join
I see.
back on the thing.
Did Ito die?
Yeah, he got a little bit
finally
whacked.
free?
No, I died. For sure, I died.
Now, that being said, Ito.
Yep.
After your discussion where you've, Adelaide has been guided to new resolve.
Mm-hmm.
The chest tucked under her arm, now fully dressed. She returns to the circle as, it flares to life as the wide-brimmed mage with the wide-brimmed hat steps into it, and it flares to life as she looks at the circle before her, the parchment before her, the series of runes that take her to the ship. There's a flash of energy as once again you're pulled by your navel, and suddenly you find yourself on the bottom of the ship. Aruna.
Alright, can I leave? I'll be back.
Yes,
But
yes.
I need to feed my kid. Okay.
Yes. Aruna. You feel the surge of magic. And you find, standing in the teleportation circle, Adelaide, with a long chest underneath her arm, 2 mithril locks on it, or 4 mithril locks on, I mean. Ito, looking ragged, run down. He now has a necklace that is a heavy mithril key that hangs around his neck, and there, standing in a wide-brimmed hat with a feather sticking out, Delilah.
Okay.
Just in the bottom of the boat.
In the bottom of the boat,
Yeah.
on the teleportation circle.
I'm assuming I was down there too. What?
Probably.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's that sums it up. Oh, what?
I told you Ito was a bottom.
First off, is Ito okay?
You don't have a chance to talk as Delilah sort of walks up to you and wraps her arms around you and sort of lifting you up in the air. It's so good to see you, darling.
It's good to see you too, but I'd like to know what's going on first.
Ito's haggard, rough, but he motions that he's okay, saying, I just need to rest for a moment. As he sort of staggers up to his quarters.
Might we ask what happened?
It's a long story. I'll tell you about it later.
He didn't use the fucking pool, did he?
You don't have to worry about that. I'll tell you about it. Don't worry about it.
I don't like that shit.
He goes to bed. Like I said, he's on 1 hit point.
Gotcha.
And you're surprised, Adelaide also does the same. She doesn't go to bed. She immediately goes to her room, picks up a practice sword, and goes on deck and starts practicing. Going through basically weapon forms. Actually, she goes to read and says, "Halfling, teach me." With a surprising just sureness in her voice. I don't know if Lou's here to hear that, though.
Yeah, I'm here.
She sort of motions for you to come teach her basically weapon skills, since your monastery focuses on weapon skills. There's a determination about her now.
Let's do it.
She is focusing on... It's a little bit out of your wheelhouse. She's focusing on basically learning a Zweihander, a super heavy 2-handed blade.
Oh yeah, I'm the perfect guy for that.
But you're still familiar with the weapon. You didn't train in it particularly well, but you're familiar with it. And she is really freaking awkward with it. But she has to develop this exotic weapon proficiency over time, because this is the weapon that she has decided on.
Alright. I just love the fact that the smallest person available is going to teach her how to wield that giant blade.
Teach her how to wield a blade that's twice his size.
I need like 5 hands to fucking hold that thing.
Oh, I got 4 and I probably can't hold it, so...
It does require
probably hold it.
16 strength just to even use it.
What is Adelaide's strength?
It is not 16.
Oh boy.
Like I said, she's doing some real significant training, but she's got to. That's the weapon she's got to learn how to use. And there are reasons for that, but that's not important. Aruna.
Yeah.
A reunion. Delilah has been serving as a court mage, having taken what battle mages she could from Prost before they isolated themselves in their pocket dimension. She fights the good fight. She has joined the efforts to stop the King of Black Everfrost. And I'll tell you, the efforts do not go well. I know Connor's not here, he learned about it, but Beaver was here. He knows the capital is... I mean, yeah. Well, you can...
I know, but...
I know,
none
but
of my characters do.
but Ito knows, and he would probably describe it to them. At the very least, at the very least, you would learn it from Adelaide over some point. The capital is buried under a foot of snow.
Yeah, I was here for that beginning part.
Currently, the army of Black Everfrost is marching onwards. It is roughly halfway between Hogs End and Weissenberg. It's not moving wildly quickly. Here, I'll even go ahead and activate the map because I actually I was drawing the front for Ito. It's not moving quickly, but it's an unstoppable force of nature. Bearing the capital under snow. The capital is already under evacuations. Everybody is going out. Adelindra fights as best as she can, but she's fighting a losing battle. Having to constantly fall back. It's just they're delaying, they're buying time. Buying time for you to fulfill the prophecy, essentially, as best as you can. And that's sort of what's happening. And you learn that. Unfortunately, I will say, Delilah did spend the night with the Holy Emperor, you know. As you do.
Thanks.
So don't
if she
get
thinks
jealous.
our thing wasn't for teleport, she's incorrect.
But now she's here with you, wrapping you up in her arms. That's sort of what's going on in the Empire at large. Gen is doing what he can. He's doing everything he can to sort of keep everyone organized. He's getting evacuations out. He's sending people down to Veskermund. He's worked out deals with the Jinma dynasty to accept refugees, but he is fighting a losing battle as best as he can.
I don't think we're exactly set up to win in the first place.
But he has sought out aid wherever he can and worked out places for refugees while this force of nature moves onwards. It's less of an army and more like just a hurricane, a blizzard, a tidal wave that's engulfing the land. That being said, Ito's not here to tell you about what happened, so we're going to just say you find solace in the comfort of Delilah's arms. Reed?
I think it would be a little bit of awkwardness.
Well,
From what we were told, he was trying to smash and pass.
that's, not how it worked out, though. Reed, you find a very awkward and inept sparring partner in Adelaide, but one who is, you can see it's like a fire has been lit under her. Someone who is devoted now to really learning a weapon, to learning how to fight, in any way possible. Learning from you about, the martial arts way, learning from others about other ways. Really interested, really hopeful, in a way.
Yeah, she can do strength conditioning with Bruce.
Yeah, strength conditioning. And then there is, and as you're doing this, you finally hear a voice call from below. It's ready! It's ready! As, you hear a voice as Basilicus pops his head out from the galley. It's all done, lads! Who wants to come have a drink?
I think we should have a drink and a chat. Adelaide, if you would, since you seem to be the one in the know, I guess, and not dead. We could do for some filling in.
That's actually the problem. Adelaide has no clue I haven't eaten. The only
Oh my
person that
God,
can tell you
Ito's
about that
not
is
good.
actually Connor.
Ito's like Zoro from One Piece.
What? Where did he go?
To bed.
She says, we went down to the Black
Oh,
Vaults.
that's what you meant.
Thank you. Now,
And he went
What?
to a statue of Saint Cuthbert, and whenever he reached out for the weapon in its hand, he collapsed. And he didn't tell me more than that.
and what's in the casket? Or whatever that is you're carrying. You were carrying?
Reliquary. The vestments of the Holy Emperor.
Okay, that makes sense.
Alright. And why does he have the key?
Because I trust him as my advisor.
That's new.
He was willing to let himself die. To learn. To help me. And so, I trust him this far.
Oh, that's good. So, I need to get, at the very least, get word to more of my people in Beaz Kum Lahar for assistance. I would prefer to go, but as a champion of my god and my two companions here being what's the word for it? Proof of that. I think I can gather some sort of reinforcements, but I need to show face so they believe me.
But they would be most welcome. And you will have the opportunity to show your face. Don't worry about that. Parzula lays within our path. And Parzula is like far in Beaz Kum Lahar. You're gonna have opportunity to stop at hives heading towards Parzula. So
Good.
you'll have opportunity in Beaz Kum Lahar. Like I said, you've got a crash course with Parzula and the Jinma dynasty. So, but the bar opens. Basilicus has basically gutted the galley, torn it apart, and filled it with a tavern. You can see there is a cooking area. There's a stove and actually more supplies than you actually thought you had. He's brought in fresh food, but there's a nice hearth, large round tables with he has gaming sets. You can see he has set up a bar with a large keg behind it and racks of wine, barrels filled with ale, and just behind him an anvil that has his glowing hammer on it, the one he wielded as a weapon, and many different chisels. It glows faintly. He says, come on in! Drinks are on the house tonight!" You can see Basilicus, if actually he is a vendor, you can see he sells every exotic weapon and every exotic armor. I just need to change him to the root NPC.
Adelaide does know that there are able-bodied members of the crown here that can fight that she can beseech, right? While she's here.
What are you talking about? Like, are there able-bodied, like you're saying, there's people that she can get to fight for?
Yeah, she can. Yeah, she can besiege these people and start, and she can see if you can get allies.
I think that's sort of the point of what we're going on. But she also wants to learn to fight herself.
Why not? But while she's here, though, she can try to talk to my people.
She probably will.
Is more what I meant.
Actually, if you want to
or
go
at least,
and
at least be friendly with Crowder or something.
if you want to go around and talk with her, you're probably the person to introduce her, really.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
She actually has, like I said, she's after that whole talk about possibly, having something worth dying for, and after having gone to the capital, she's come back with, like, renewed resolve. As she, doesn't look out over the railing at, like, what she views as, like, a podunk, run-down, shitty town with people throwing their lives away for something that doesn't matter. She's much more solemn when she looks at it.
Are we doing this as Adelaide, or are we doing this as Hildy? I assume it's Adelaide, right?
She looks to you and says, I don't want to hide behind a visage or a mask. These people need to know that their emperor walks among them.
Well, that's fine. You're probably safe out here anyways. I doubt anyone here.
At this point, she should be.
She says, she looks at you, and you'll protect me, right? Should things happen.
I protected you thus far, haven't I?
Fair enough.
Hey, Colin, is that all you needed me for?
No, honestly not. There's something important that's gonna happen.
You want to do that first, then I can do that. Start, we can go.
We're gonna I hate to say it, but we're gonna sort of brush over Henley and Adelaide stuff. Where you do go out and you talk with her. You introduce her to your family. She actually seems to surprisingly get along really well with your father. That sort of
I was literally only going to introduce her to Crowder, but that works too.
That slight abrasiveness with yours, because your family is all your mother and father are also technically on the council to rebuild it along with Crowder. His slight abrasiveness, she actually gets along really well with that slight abrasiveness. And then you introduce her to Crowder, and she can appreciate the sacrifices he was willing to make. An appreciation she didn't really have before she went to the capital, but upon returning, she understands what he was willing to go through, and she respects it. And she respects what he is doing. I hate to kind of gloss over the potential role-playing stuff, but at the end of the day...
We could do it later if we wanted to anyways.
At the end of the day, she's able to talk to her, and show that, much like Bilderstadt was in dire need, the Empire is in dire need. There is a force of nature that won't just stop at the capital. It's going to roll over the entirety of the Empire. And there are people within the Empire that are giving their lives just to slow it down. Not even stop it, just to slow it down, to buy time for people like the people of Bilderstadt. To give them time to prepare, to flee if they can. And that is enough. She shows him a map. She's upfront with him, shows him a map of what they're looking at, of where the forces are, of just how dire the situation is. She shows the capital, what she says, it's her home as much as Wilderstadt is Crowder's home, and she loves it as much as Crowder loves Wilderstadt, and that sort of strikes him. And so, he nods his head, and agrees. He can't send a lot of troops, there's not a lot to Wilderstadt, but he will send who he can, and they're all fine hunters and fine fighters, and he'll do what he can to help. And that is all she needs to know. She thanks him, nodding her head, assuring her that after all this is done,
Alright, I'm back.
she'll see that the Coldwood is treated properly, that Wilderstadt is treated properly, as she thanks you, Henley, for acting as an ambassador, saying, she even sort of jokingly says that there might be a future for you, in acting as an ambassador between the Coldwood and the capital.
What would that be different?
You get to live in the capital.
Alright.
Hey, there's all sorts of, it's warm there at least.
That's
Not
true.
No, it's not.
But
Got it.
like I said, we kind of glossing over because I really want to get beyond this today, or
Yeah, it's fine.
towards the ending of what I need to happen. Ito, like I said, you returned back to the ship. There was a nice reunion. Blah blah. Delilah, made out with Aruna, then went home. I mean, Aruna's not. Unfortunately, Delilah's not going to spend more than a night with you. Then she's going back to the capital.
Okay. Has the party been filled in?
You went to bed.
Not with the stuff that Ito would know. The stuff that Adelaide knows.
Okay.
Yes, about the encroaching forces, that things are pretty dire in the capital, and Adelindra is fighting and all that sort of nonsense, and it's halfway between Hogsend and like the capital, and it's slowly moving forward, and you kind of gotta do what you gotta do because there's not a lot that can stop it. That sort of thing has been filled in. The stuff that you've personally suffered, the fact that you're at 1 hit point, they don't know why.
We don't have time for your shit, Connor.
No, that's okay.
You can tell me later.
Like why all of a sudden you have a key, like what this box is that
I would put the key on the chain that my clasp is on.
okay,
Just kind of put it next to it.
like why
Actually, that's a note. Does my clasp look the same?
your holy
Or
symbol,
is-
your general holy symbol.
Yeah.
It
Or
does,
is it getting crowded in there?
it does. No, it looks the same.
Okay.
At the end
Okay.
of the day, it's still the parameters remain the same between Saint Cuthbert and the
Sure.
Green Lady. It's just you've been informed a little bit more as to it. But the point is, they don't know why you have the key. They don't really.
Yeah.
They know. Adelaide said what was in the box was her reliquary, but that's all she would expand upon, and she
Yeah.
tucked it
No, I'm
away.
not gonna. That's not my business. I'm not gonna share that. But I will inform you that you are almost rid of me.
Yep. We know.
I touched a thing in the vault and I
Did you touch
died.
the pool?
no, I explicitly did not touch the pool. I wanted to.
Klaus was there. He says hi.
Yeah, Klaus was
Yeah.
there. He says hi. He's doing well. Actually, I have a question for the sake of role playing versus out of character. Am I assuming that the question that Beaver and Colin had was that conversation overheard by Ito as he entered?
Probably not.
Okay, so I will try my best to not remember that detail because it's really cool.
So what's this super important thing that Aruna has to know?
Oh, that's Colin's stuff. I
Yeah.
Don't worry, that's gonna happen. I just need you, if you want to drop your exposition, you can. Otherwise, we're moving on.
Yeah, move on. I can do this
All right.
later.
Like I said, eventually the airship is ready to go. The inn is in place. You've got Basilicus, the bartender. Like I said, he does rune crafting services. He also sells exotic weapons and teaches proficiency in exotic weapons and armor. You set off, or you start to set off before there is the airship itself is rocked. There's just it shook mightily as you can feel a flare of magic come to life, just sort of surrounding the ship and then dying away. Aruna, you can feel the faint emanations of the teleportation circle having been activated. It sort of burns in your mind, the sort of wards going off, the alarms going off.
That's okay. So everyone that knows the rune sequence is on the ship.
Yes, as far as you know.
Except for Delilah and Gen.
Okay.
Who literally just left, and Gen is more magic than that. He doesn't need to use that.
Shit.
It's
I'll
true. It's
just-
true. Again, you can. There is a certain magic level where you don't need the wards.
If I see Aruna move, I'm following.
I was gonna
after
say,
that.
everyone get ready for fucking trouble.
Prepared.
All right.
And I'll also detect magic on the way. in case it's like
You do
giving off
sense
something.
magic, magical items, mostly
Okay.
evocation.
Interesting. Well,
Well, I suppose this might be our first lesson.
A little bit of abjuration as well.
okay. Well, we either send the monks first or Henley, so whoever wants to rush down there first.
I guess I'll go first.
You sprint down the
I'll
stairway
go.
towards the circle, and you see there is standing in the teleportation circle a moon elf, clad in sort of dark navy blue robes, midnight blue robes, really, inscribed with beautiful silvery runes. He has markings of a crescent moon across them, symbols of the god Alastre. He stands next with two other moon elves behind him. They bear dark black robes that have the silvery moonlight of the god Shar on it. As he dusts off his robes and looks at you sort of coming down the stairway and says, "Where's my daughter at?" I ruined it right
Christ.
Oh, damn.